Oh, hi everyone. We are here with some steaks. You guys ready for this today? Happy Tuesday. Tasty Tuesday. That's what we got going on today. So, on our cutting board right now. Wow, these don't even look real. We have Porterhouse steak. Is it the king of steaks? Maybe. And we will get into a little bit more about what the Porterhouse actually is as far as a steak cut. Turn that down a touch more. And we are going to be reverse searing this as well. And this is a 2.5 inch thick steak. So we'll get into that good stuff in just a second here. What are you doing?
Turning the oven to 200 degrees.
Okay.
I'm helping.
Sammy's helping. Sammy's 4th day off and he doesn't know what to do with himself.
I know what to do with myself.
Yeah?
Go for a nap.
No.
See? I can't do that.
You're the one that invited people over once again. So Sammy invites my parents over for dinner, but then doesn't want to cook said dinner for them and would rather just nap instead.
No, I said I was helping. You
Hey.
just said you don't know what I need to do with myself.
Good FD, mama. You're heading to bed, but you'll still be watching. Okay, sounds good. I'm just kind of laying out all the veg. So we have 3 baked potatoes for the 4 of us. They're pretty big potatoes, so I didn't think we needed 1 potato each. Got some nice beets. Got some purple ones. And golden and candy cane beets. Quite a bit, I would say. And some nice peppers to grill up. It's gonna be a good feast. Let's say that. Maybe we won't do all of these. Maybe we'll do 3 of each. And then some amazing oyster mushrooms, you guys. Look how good those look. So we'll be sauteing those up in a pan for dinner tonight. Oh wow, you got a lot of those, Sammy. Woo! The baby mushroom. How was your day, Mama? And then just some regular mushrooms to bump it up, since mushrooms usually shrink a lot when you cook them. That's a tray of trays. Lots of good winter vegetables. Whoa. Sammy with the terrible throw. Got some coffee as well. So I haven't even written out kind of my game plan yet for today. I think there's going to be quite a bit of stuff going on. So whenever I feel like I might get overwhelmed at some point while trying to make all this, I like to write a list out. And that way I know exactly what I have to do in sequence and I won't forget anything or mess anything up, hopefully. So the baked potato, those I think will take about an hour to bake. Yeah, that does not look like me. I'm sorry, Vune. Okay. We'll split this. I'm leading you on with the steak clickbait, but there's no meat in view. So we'll do this then. How about that? So the baked potato, I usually bake them for about an hour at around 400 Fahrenheit. Hey, Anchovy. I am good. How are you doing? Yeah, looking forward to having the parents for dinner. We haven't really hung out with them in about 2 weeks since New Year's. Vune, how are you today?
I hung out with him on Saturday, actually.
Sammy's still off yet. The day's getting under your feet. I did a good little cleanup in the house today, this morning. Good vacuum. We had a new washing machine get put in from our parents. They upgraded, so we get the hand-me-downs. Yay! So that's out of the way. It's been a good day so far, pretty chill. It's been actually beautiful outside. I should have spent more time outside, but that's life. You fell asleep at 6 a.m. Oh, you just couldn't fall asleep, Vune, or what? Okay, so back to our baked potato while we make our list up. I'll keep chatting with you guys though. So the baked potatoes, we don't cook those until obviously an hour before we plan to eat. So that's gonna be later. And if you guys remember, I said that we want to plan to eat around 6 or 6:30. So we still have about 4 hours from then. So probably around 5 p.m. we'll think about putting the potatoes in the oven to bake. So that's a nice, easy task for sure. So that can be put closer to the bottom of your list if you want to do stuff in sequence. Hola Kev, how are ya? Yeah, of course I can lower that. How's that? Zero butter. Welcome in. Okay, and then our beets. So that's another kind of project that will probably take about an hour to roast those in the oven. But we can do those ahead of time because I think I'm going to serve those more room temp or cold with kind of a salad sort of deal happening with them after they're cooked. A bit more. I think this song just ended though, so just a sec. Vune, yeah, that's perfect. The song's over, great.
Switch to the egg large. Yeah.
And we got the grill happening. That's perfect, okay. Yeah, we got a Sammy.
Perfect.
So Sammy has the camera pointed right into the grill so that later when we go to grill up the steaks and these awesome peppers that I picked up, then you can see right into there. That's gonna be really cool.
Back it up just a bit and make it a little higher.
I don't know. I think you'll be okay.
Hey Anchovy, how are you?
So that's gonna be really cool.
Yeah. Okay, perfect.
Yup. Back to this now. We got some work to do for sure. So the beets, I think I'm just gonna roast up with some herbs in nice foil packets. That's my favorite way to roast beets. So I'm gonna do that, and it's basically foolproof. It's like as soon as you're able to peel the skin off the beet, that's how you know it's cooked. So obviously the smaller beets are gonna cook faster than the bigger ones, so we'll kind of have to watch them. And then our mushrooms, so we can prep those up a little bit ahead of time. We have to cut them up, go more bite size. This is what they look like when they're picked, obviously. So there's kind of the bottom part where they're cut off. And then there's all these amazing layers. And then this bottom part, when we cut that off, I'm actually gonna save it and dehydrate it. And then you can make a mushroom powder. And if you blend that with salt, you can make like a really nice earthy mushroom type of spice, which can also be good with steaks or other types of vegetables and stuff when you saute. And those are just gonna be cooked with butter in a pan later, I believe. I don't know if I want to put any wine or anything in with that. Probably just butter and garlic. Butter, garlic, mushrooms, that's happiness for sure. And then we don't really have to do much to these peppers. These are called crescendo peppers. And we're just gonna grill those up. So I'm just gonna dress them with a little bit of olive oil and salt and pepper, and then just a quick grill, char the outside up a bit. But we don't want them to go too soggy, so we're not gonna grill them for too long either. Okay, so like I said, with our beets, we need some of those garden greens, which at this moment in the garden are mustard greens. Mizuna. So we'll have to wash those up and chop them. And then I guess we'll see what else we want to kind of dress the beet salad with. But other than that, guys, we are getting into cooking our steak right away here. So away with you veggies for now. So that's how those look. Beautiful. And like the title says, it's a porterhouse. So what is a porterhouse? So you just grind in pepper? Going for like a nice fine grind?
I couldn't change it, so.
So I'm going to put a really awesome link in chat for you guys right now. The Serious Eats Definitive Guide to Steak. So if you are a beef lover, like I am, and want to kind of experiment with different types of steaks and really get to know what you're cooking, yeah, I would go into this. This is a really cool
We gotta get those in like the next 15
little
minutes.
site. Okay. So Porterhouse, also known as a T-bone, but I don't think they're one and the same, are they?
They are.
Porterhouse and T-bone is the same?
Same, just different areas of the cut.
So
Porterhouse is more to the rear of the animal, where T-bone is more towards the front of the animal.
okay. So this cut is a cross section of marbled, coarsely textured strip steak on this side. So there's your strip loin on both of them. And then it has the mild lean tenderloin as well. So strip loin, tenderloin pieces. So this is going to be a lot more tender, but you're going to have more flavor in your strip loin there. 2 steaks in one might sound exciting, but it also makes for one of the most difficult cuts to cook, you guys.
It's true. The tenderloin cooks faster than the strip loin does.
So here's another trick. Get the strip and the tenderloin to finish cooking at the same time by positioning your steak so that the tenderloin is farther from the heat source than your strip loin. So obviously this is about half the size of your strip loin. So that's gonna cook about twice as fast.
So when I put these on the grill today, I'll put the strip side to the middle of the grill and the tenderloin side to the outside of the grill.
Yeah, these steaks though. So these steaks, what was the weight on them, Sammy? Do you remember?
7.5 pounds for both of them.
7.5 pounds for 2. And they are thick. Like, this is not messing around. And we had left these open on this rack for the past couple days to really dry them out. And that way you're gonna get a much nicer sear. When the meat is dry, you're gonna get more flavor put on there compared to if you left it in the package all wet in its own juices.
Put a little bit of grapeseed on them.
Okay. And then the other thing, obviously, with the T-bone is that there is the bone right in the middle here, but it's not big at all. So you're not losing too much weight from having that bone in the steak. Might as well just use my hands to do this since they're already dirty. And we're just going to, actually, Simon, you need to flip this rack. It's upside down. That's probably why it wasn't getting air. How are you going to chew them? Well, this is why we have to make sure that we cook it perfectly. Here.
Yes.
So we're gonna rub it with a little bit of grapeseed oil, and then we're just gonna do salt and pepper, guys. And then these are actually going into the oven. Is that weird to say? We're only seasoning the one side?
No, you do this part of it.
Sammy's being controlling. Sammy wants to rub the meat, okay. He wants this. I'll just back away. Reverse sear. That is right, Short Albert. Okay, so what reverse searing is? Oh wow, that looks crazy once you actually oiled it. So the technique of slow cooking a steak or roast before finishing it off with a hot sear. We're doing both sides?
Yep. Don't be scared to use that stuff. It's 2.5 inches thick.
It just seems like it's pouring a little bit unevenly with the pepper and such. Do we need to pepper that side?
Yeah.
But obviously with a steak this size, you're gonna need a lot more seasoning. It's like 2 steaks in one, right? So really don't be afraid to get it seasoned all over. It's basically like a roast. A steak each. Well, we're gonna get at least like 4 servings out of each steak. Sammy's shaking his head no. What are you talking about? There should definitely be some leftovers from this. I don't think it's good if we eat all this in one sitting, that's for sure. Not a glutton.
There's 4 of us.
Yeah, but 13 pounds?
It's only 7
Or
pounds.
7.5 pounds?
How are you multiplying pounds that aren't there?
Okay, so still 7.5 pounds
They're
between
3.5
4
pounds.
people.
So they're 48 ounces. Plus
How much
bone
were
and
they?
fat.
How much were they? 120?
100.
$100. So $50 each. So think about this. Is if you were to go to a steakhouse and order that, it's gonna cost you probably double the amount of money. Yeah, it's not good, but it'll probably happen. It'll all disappear. Okay,
Yeah.
so
We're saying that it's not gonna get eaten, but it's gonna get eaten because it's gonna be so delicious.
we'll see. We'll see. Sammy's got high hopes. Obviously, you can see. Okay, so steak's going in the oven at 200 Fahrenheit until it reaches an internal temperature of around 120 Fahrenheit. So really low and slow cook. Turn this music down, it's annoying me. Really low and slow cook until it's just brought up to like just medium rare inside, almost closer to the rare. So you want to do this because when we're going to finish it on the grill after, that's going to cook it even more. So if you were to cook it to a perfect medium rare and then have to heat it up again, you're going to end up with an overcooked steak. So you always have to undercook it a little bit in the reverse sear method. And the full history of the reverse sear, a little bit hazy. It's one of those techniques that seem to have just been developed independently by multiple people right around the same time. With all the interest in food science and precision cooking techniques like sous vide as well, those were happening in the early 2000s, and this was right around the time that the reverse sear method came to be.
Also, the reverse sear, it lets you rest the steak after it's been heat it up internally to the temperature that you want to then finish on the grill. And then you don't have to wait to eat the steak afterwards, where if you seared off the steak, then put it in the oven,
Then
to
you'd
get
have
it
to
to that
rest it.
temperature, and then you have to rest it so the steak can cool down. So if you do the reverse sear properly, you can eat the steak hot and there's no juices that spill everywhere.
We're getting there though, guys. Okay, so why should you reverse sear your steak? Hello, Dante. Welcome in. How are ya? It's been a bit, hasn't it? So why should you reverse sear your steak? It's called the reverse sear because it flips tradition on its head. Historically, almost every cookbook and chef have been taught that when you're cooking a piece of meat, the first step should be searing it. Most often, the explanation that searing locks in the juices. These days, we know that the statement is definitely false. Searing does not actually lock in the juices at all. It merely just adds flavor. And this flavor comes from the Maillard effect, which is the browning of proteins in either meat or vegetables. And it's basically the caramelization of the proteins and the sugars that are in the meat, which give you more flavor. So obviously, basically creating meat caramel. Hey, Blue Blue. Chimichurri, yeah, it's been a while since I made a chimichurri, but I think it'll go really well with the steak and the vegetables. Sammy's just creating some racket, getting his charcoal out. So flipping the formula so that the searing comes at the end produces better results. But what exactly are those better results? Obviously, a lot of you are wondering that. So should you cook a steak first and then sear it? Exactly, anchovy. And what you get is more even cooking. So the temperature gradient that builds up inside a piece of meat, that is the difference in temperature as you work your way from the edges towards the center, is directly related to the rate at which the energy is transferred to that piece of meat. So the higher the temperature you use to cook, the faster the energy is transferred, and then the less evenly your meat cooks. And obviously, conversely, the more gently a steak is cooked, the more evenly it cooks. So if you cook it really hot and fast, you'll get more of that gray kind of outline on your steak. And then obviously the red center if you like a more mid-rare style of cook. And also, if you cook it hot and fast like that, the outside's gonna dry out a little bit before you actually properly cook the inside. So by starting the steaks in a low temp oven, you wind up with almost no overcooked meat on the outside whatsoever, because we're only cooking it until it reaches that, oh no, the door is gonna slam, desired temperature. Sammy leaving the doors open. So we're only gonna cook it until it reaches that desired temperature, but since the heat is so low, we're actually doing more of like a sous vide style cook, where it's a very even cook at kind of the same temp, and the whole inside of the steak is just gonna be red. There will be no overcooked outside edges. Configura, how are ya? It is a personal choice, totally anchovy. But I do urge you guys to really try it out, because we've had so many great results from doing this method. Obviously, the only thing that kind of takes it away from quick cooking a steak is that it takes a long time to do it. So you definitely need to plan ahead when you do this, because it does take a good 2-3 hours depending on the size of meat that you're cooking. And it doesn't have to be with just steak. You can do pork or chicken as well.
Did you just talk about being circulated in this?
Not yet. I'm getting there. Sammy hasn't been in for a info session a bit, I see. BRB. Okay, sounds good, Vune. So when we sear a piece of meat, our goal is to create a crisp, darkly brown crust to contrast with the tender pink meat underneath. To do this, we need to trigger the Maillard reaction, the cascade of chemical reactions that occur when proteins and sugars are exposed to high heat. It helps if you think of your screaming hot cast iron skillet as a big bucket, and the heat energy it contains as water filling that bucket. When you place the steak in the pan, you are essentially pouring that energy out of the skillet and into the steak. So all of the energy from the pan is just going directly to the steak. Yes, Claire, food science. How are you, Claire Coffee? Welcome in. Good to see you in here. So your goal when searing a steak is to make sure that the temperature and evaporation is as small as possible. So a high temp means more evaporation of the moisture, which is why we let that steak air dry for a couple days. So the more moisture in your piece of meat is the more energy it will take to actually properly brown it. So if the outside of your steak, pork chop, chicken breast, etc. is nice and dry, you'll get more browning. So, moral of the story, moisture is the biggest enemy of a good sear. So any process that can reduce the amount of surface moisture on a steak is going to improve how well it browns and crisps. So also by slow cooking it in the oven like this, usually in kitchens we call oven dry heat because this is uncovered. If you're cooking something in like a slow cooker or a covered pot, that's wet heat. So cooking something with dry heat means that it's going to dry out the outside as well. And then we should have a nice dry surface when those steaks come out, which will also in turn help us to sear it better afterwards. It's your first time in here, Claire. Woohoo! But it's actually in the middle of the night. Oh no, you can't sleep. But isn't that the best though, to know that there's always Twitch, there's always someone streaming when you can't sleep. I've definitely fallen asleep a lot to listening to streamers. Vune, you're back, and thank you for the host, man.
Yeah, you pass it a lot watching Josh OG.
Yeah. So we also get more tender meat by doing the reverse sear as well. Most supermarket meat is cold dried. Well, dry aging is supposed to be the best, but when your meat comes in a plastic package, that's wet aging. And what that means is that that meat is sitting in what it's called the purge, so like juices and blood that it's releasing. And that can actually give it more of like an irony type of flavor, but if it's dry aged, you'll have a more kind of clean flavor on your steak as well.
You'll also lose a lot more of the steak if you dry age versus wet age.
That's true.
But you don't get the same weird flavor.
That is true. Okay, so more tender meat. This one is not quite as obvious, but it can still make a detectable difference. Enzymatic tenderization. So meat naturally contains enzymes called cathepsins, which will break down tough muscle protein. Their activity is responsible for the tenderness of dry-aged meat. But the thing is when you dry age meat, you have to cut off that outside that has gotten dried out. It's not edible anymore. So you do lose a lot more of the meat, although it is much more cleaner flavor in the end product. Wet aging makes the meat way more. Exactly, yeah, you don't have to cut anything off when you wet age, but it is gonna taste a lot different. So at fridge temperatures, the cathepsins operate very, very slowly. So dry-aged meat is typically aged for at least 4 weeks. But as the meat heats up, the activity of that tenderization increases more and more rapidly. And then it drops off sharply at around 122 Fahrenheit. So around medium rare temperature. By slowly heating your steak, you are in effect rapidly aging it so that it comes out more tender. Steaks cooked via traditional means pass quickly through that window, reaching the 122F cutoff point too rapidly for this activity to have any real effect. So my guess for this size of steak that we have, so they're about 3¼ pounds each, is those are going to take a good 2 hours, is my guess. But obviously every piece of meat is different, so you really just have to watch how your meat is cooking, and obviously have a thermometer handy. You will need a thermometer for this just to be sure of that internal temperature. So more flexibility is what we get from this as well. When you're cooking steak at a high temperature, there's a very narrow window of time in which the center of the steak is perfectly medium rare. A minute too short and your steak is still raw or rare, or a minute too long and then it's overcooked. So with the slow cooking, the window of time is greatly expanded, making it much easier to nail the right temperature time after time. And this is just something that you have to get familiar with and kind of know the size of meat that you're using and I guess the time that it's going to take in the oven to slow cook. And possibly because these have a bone inside, they might take a bit longer as well. The bone internal usually slows down any cooking process, so keep that in mind. So how to reverse sear the steak, since we didn't really go over this before we put it in. A little bit of a rush to get those in the oven, just to be sure that we have enough time to cook them later. So we season our steak before we're putting it in the oven, which is what we did. Rub it with a little bit of vegetable oil if you want. It'll just help the seasoning stick, but you don't have to. And then a nice hit of salt and pepper on, I would say, both sides if your steak is really thick. And then we're gonna set our oven between 200 and 275 Fahrenheit. Or for our Europeans, since I know some of you are in here, 93 and 135 Celsius. So we're on the lowest end of this at 200 Fahrenheit. And it says cook it until it's about 10 to 15 degrees Fahrenheit below your desired serving temperature. So like I said, you really want to undercook this 10 or 15 degrees, because when you go to finish searing it off later, after the meat's been rested, it's gonna bring that temp back up, those 10 to 15 degrees, and then you'll get the perfect cook. So keep that in mind. And that's it, guys. So now we just get to wait until those steaks cook. I think I'll check them every hour, so I'm just gonna set a 60-minute timer. And then we'll see how it goes. And if you guys want to keep this as a reference, here's the link for what I just used to tell you everything. And most often, if I'm ever going to cook a piece of meat, I always go to Serious Eats. Blue, my boy! How are ya? Welcome in. Yes, Claire. Whoop, whoop. Indeed. Indeed. So I think first things first is let's kind of package up our beets and get them ready for roasting. And then we'll just kind of carry on with all of our vegetable prep until it's really time to cook all that stuff. But we can't cook the beets or the potatoes until the steak comes out of the oven. So we still have a couple of hours. Might have to kill some time, but drink some coffee. Here, this is for you, Claire. This is a cup from a place in Seattle. Biscuit, bitch. Okay, let's get into these beets. So we got a couple really big ones. Yeah, coffee. I guess it's not the right time for you to drink coffee, but it's not even 3 p.m. here, so it's time for coffee, for sure. And we're gonna cook these, like I said, in foil packets with some oil and herbs and some salt. So let me go pick those herbs real quick from outside. I'm gonna grab some thyme, rosemary, and sage to put in the packet. And the awesome thing here is that we don't even have to peel the beets. We'll peel them once they're cooked. You're still awake because you drank coffee too late. That would be me too. Is like coffee after usually 4 p.m. for me. Really bad idea. Not good. Kind of chilly. Okay, here's some herbs. I don't know why, but my thyme is not growing very well at the moment. I don't know if it got too wet, maybe. Yeah, we expect nothing less of you, Claire. Are we all US? Canada. Yeah, give it time to grow. Maybe, Vion. Maybe I should. Yeah, wasn't that insane how fast that phone battery drained yesterday on the IRL? Like, we for sure have to get a couple of battery packs for New York. Otherwise, what? We'll have like 30-minute stream for the day done. So I'm gonna do, I think, 2 different foil packets for the beets. Close your ears. Close your ears. That's that heavy duty stuff. Okay, hopefully I can slide this in without making too much racket. Yeah, nom nom. These are beets. Local beets. So we have 3 different kinds, or 3 different varieties. So the golden ones, which are actually really nice and yellow once they are cooked and peeled. This should focus for you. And then these ones are called candy cane. So they're much more pink on the outside, and actually when we cut into them crosswise later, it's gonna be striped inside red and white. So obviously that's why it's called candy cane. And then the other ones are just the nice deep purple beets that obviously most of you usually see. Yeah, you're not allowed to beat on Twitch. It's true. Sweet, sweet beets. You love beets, you eat them raw. Yeah, I quite like them kind of grated raw in salad. They're really nice. Or pickled beets too. Beets are my favorite vegetable, by far. So now, I have a little bit of each herb. So the sage, some rosemary, and just a little bit of thyme. And these are also herbs that are gonna complement the flavor of the steak. So steak, obviously red meat, can withstand strong herbs like rosemary, thyme, and sage. I wouldn't use parsley or dill or even basil to roast your beets with because you're just not gonna get kind of the same flavor that you're gonna want. You're gonna die from our puns, yeah. We get carried away sometimes in here. We'll admit this. So we want some olive oil now. And this is an important step for roasting any vegetable, is making sure there's enough oil on there. Vegetables like to dry out really quickly when you roast them. So I always find that having a nice coating of oil really does help. And they do cook more evenly as well. It's really interesting how that works. That's just something that I've noticed over the years though. But obviously having this little foil pouch, we're gonna seal it up. And so that's gonna kind of create a steaming sort of effect in this pouch. So the beets should not dry out as much as if we were to leave it open on a tray and roast them that way. I find this way just cooks it a lot more evenly. Canadian! Yep. You know it. Okay, so there's those. Just nicely coated in oil. Grapeseed or olive oil? I think both have different uses. So usually when I'm roasting veggies, I'm gonna go with olive oil always. It's just more fruity in flavor. But if we were to want to fry the beets up in a pan and kind of saute them, I would go with the grapeseed oil because that has a higher smoke point. If you were to use olive oil in the pan, it might burn and make your vegetables taste bitter. Let's grab some salt and pepper. And actually, I think I'm going to use a flavored salt. I have a nice herb salt that will really complement the beets. Rosemary sage infused. Let's do some of this as well. Hey Rook! How are you, man? It's good to see you. So I'm not going to use all of this salt to season the beets. Just a nice little sprinkle of it. Grapeseed is more expensive than olive oil, is it? I don't think so. I guess it depends on what type of olive oil you buy. Like extra virgin olive oil is obviously the most expensive. Yeah, Rook, I'm well, man. I honestly just can't believe that we're halfway through January already. Time is flying by. Where's the steak already? It is in the oven, Jeff. We got a slow reverse sear going on with that today. So I think that's gonna be in the oven at 200 Fahrenheit for a couple hours until we bring it up to 120 Fahrenheit internally. And so yes, guys, you might be thinking, well, why are you seasoning the beet when you're gonna peel that off afterwards, after it's cooked? Because the salt flavor is still gonna be penetrated into that beet flesh. And you do wanna season it as it cooks, is you're gonna get that flavor almost all the way through the beet. Compared to if we cooked it with no seasoning and cut it up and then seasoned it afterwards, is you're only gonna get that salt flavor on the outside of the beet. And it's gonna taste a little bit more bland. Yeah, before we know it, it's gonna be spring already. It feels like spring. Like I've already had the window cracked today because it felt so warm inside the house. Okay, so now we can make up our foil packet. I think I'm gonna go maybe this way. Yeah, patience. Where is this steak? I don't know if I took enough foil. Maybe go this way. There we go. Sorry for your eardrums if you have a headset on. So now we just make our little beet package. You need to go. You can't stay up to watch the finished meal. Oh, buon appetito. Thanks, Blue Blue. I hope you have a good sleep. It was good to catch you for the first little bit. Hopefully you learned something new. And I will see you on Sunday for some breakfast cookery. Back to work for me the rest of the week until Sunday. Okay, there's our one little beet package. So put that on a sheet pan. And now we're gonna do oh, that doesn't look like it's packed very well, does it? Might have to do one more piece over top. We'll see. We'll see how it ends up cooking. Or actually, here, let's do this a little bit better. I know what to do. Knead it in the middle, and then do our folds. And just fold that over. And that way it's sealed just a bit better. You do want it to be able to steam itself. So the better it's sealed, the more evenly it's gonna cook. You'll see me Sunday. Perfect. You learned how much we love to barbecue. I do love to barbecue. It's true. I think Sammy loves barbecuing more though still. And we'll allow this. People can swear in here. It's true. I put it on explicit just for us. Because I always found myself holding back from wanting to swear. And it's like, well, I just want to be myself. If I want to swear, I'm going to swear. Ass. Perfect. Exactly. Sometimes you just got to swear. So I'm going to cut these down a little bit, I think. Because otherwise, I think they're going to take like a good 2 hours to cook. No joke. So for sure in half, at least. Ooh, look at that. Beautiful. That shine. Yeah, it's the release, exactly. That feeling of swearing. Too good. They do look really good, hey? Love that deep color. Yeah, there's beet blood on the knife. What have we done? Don't tell the vegans. I think this packet's gonna be way too small for all these. Maybe we'll do a combined foil. Underestimating my foil size today, guys. It happens. Yeah, don't tell the vegans. Nothing to see here. Nothing at all. We need to add a quote bot in here. We can do that. We can add whatever we feel we need. Get a show car painted in that color. Oh, that would look really good, anchovy. That's like one of my favorite colors. Like other than purple, that nice deep kind of crimson is awesome. Okay, we have a double wide foil now. Maybe we should seal up the bottom too. Crimp it up. We're just gonna go for it. Is this cooking or arts and crafts? I don't know. just being savage with it. So I'm trying to not make as much noise, but I think it's just getting worse. Sorry. Sorry, everyone. Herbs. So the herbs are only there for, like, aroma, right? They're just gonna get thrown out afterwards. Yeah, we're making a tinfoil hat. Exactly, Ruth. It feels like it. We're, like, halfway there, for sure. Yeah, MacGyver the Kitchen Edition. You know so well. Foil origami. That's got to be one of the most annoying things then. So we still want to rub all sides down with the vegetable oil or the olive oil, whatever you choose. You really don't want to skimp on that, guys. Yeah, when we're done, the foil packet of beets must look like a swan. Ooh, that bee was trying to run away. Did you see that? Or beat that beet up. You will not escape. I'm a sous chef. Nice. Man, there's chefs on Twitch, there's home cooks, there's everything. Don't feel like you're less of a cook than I am. Believe me, I don't know everything. Sammy, just gambling with the 10%, hey? Oh, you did the fried Brussels sprouts. That's amazing. They're so yummy like that, I have to say. Really switches things up. The crispy leaves, so good. Okay, so some of our rosemary, sage, salt. These are pretty big beets, so we'll need quite a bit of seasoning. But if you find that after this is cooked and peeled and diced up that there's still not enough salt, we can always add more. Viyun, you actually hold your knife properly now? That makes me really happy. It's a hard thing to work on, I have to say. To actually hold a knife properly and use it properly was very challenging even for me at the start. Okay, time to make our foil hat. Rinse that up. And we can just hope that we don't tear it, because then we have to start over. And you're like, no! Yeah, that's why they invented slap chop, bro. You don't need a knife. Okay. Beets have been packed up. They're tucked in, ready for their little nap in the oven later once the steaks come out. Use the grip on only some knives though. There's one knife that is so heavy you have to use your old grip. What? That's nuts. Okay guys, real quick for some of you holding your knife. So if you look at my hand, you can actually see where my knife sits. on my finger. This is a callus that I get from my knife. And it's always the worst thing going on vacation and not cooking at all because I lose this callus and then have to build it up again. So that's how much chopping and stuff I do while at work. And so if we do this, kind of line it up, so that's gonna sit right on the blade there at the end. So your knife should go basically like this on your hand. And then you close your 3 fingers around the bottom. Your index finger, if we turn it this way, is gonna go there. And then your thumb just sits on this ridge here on your knife. In a nice kind of stable cutting area. I know this is what View's talking about when he says he doesn't hold it properly. A lot of people do this, and this is actually really unstable. You can hurt yourself. So you're gonna have more stability actually tucking that index finger in because it's gonna hold that side of the knife balanced. Because your thumb and your index finger basically keeping your blade straight. And then you get this nice chopping. Some people actually hold it a little bit farther back. That's okay too, but I feel like it's gonna kind of go wonky with your wrist. So it should line up really nicely like that. It looks weird though. I have to say, like, that doesn't look comfortable, right? But that's probably why I sometimes cut on an angle like this. Oh, totally would take time to change. Like, even now I see people in kitchens cutting like that and it's like, what are you doing? So, something like that. And then if you switch to even other styles of knives as well. So, something like a cleaver, let's say. You're not gonna hold the same way. There's a reason why there's ridges like that in the blade, you need power with a knife like this. So you need like your full power from holding on to that blade and using that to really cut through whatever it is. Because usually it's some sort of bone or something like that. So you'd really be whacking with this compared to if you hold it like this. That's not really what a cleaver is meant for. But then there's other knives. Like if you go look at this boning knife, let's say, look how different the blade is there. So this boning knife, when I'm cleaning meat with this, I'm holding it like all sorts of ways. Like I switch the blade around sometimes to get like a different angle in between a joint or something. Sometimes I hold it like this to like really get in there with more power. And this is not a knife where you put your index finger by the blade, obviously. Just because it's so short, you'll cut your finger off. So this is a knife where, once again, you just hold the handle. Elvin, how are ya? Hallelujah. I like the cleaver too much. Yeah, it's fun to use. I don't use it enough, for sure. Okay, so let's mark our beets off the list. Those are good to go. And Sam, you want the baked potatoes in foil or just regular kind of stabbed with a fork?
Stabbed with a fork.
Stabbed with a fork. Yes. So we can prep those now. The knife collection on the wall. Yeah. It is both Omdog the chef's and my collection. We almost have a blade, I think, for every use. Or at least we're getting there. So, baking potatoes is, I have found that just giving a couple of pokes with a fork through the skin before you bake it, you're gonna get a lighter flesh, a more fluffy flesh from inside the potato, and a more crisp skin when you do it like this. So you don't even have to wrap it in foil. But what this does is it lets the steam escape from the baked potato. So if you don't actually poke the holes in it, sometimes your potato will explode in the oven just because the steam buildup gets too high and it's gonna need somewhere to go, so it's just gonna burst the skin. And I don't know if you've had a potato blow up in the oven, but it is not fun to clean because it just sticks to everything. potatoes blowing up. That's what's happening. You're gonna guess I went to religion school. I did grow up going to Catholic schools. Attended Our Lady of Succulent Protein. Yeah, that's where we're at now. Sounds good, Claire. It was awesome spending time with you. Hope you have a wonderful sleep. And next time, don't drink your coffee that late. So potatoes can go over. That's literally all we have to do for them. And if you guys remember from yesterday's stream, is we smoked some sour cream with applewood chips or applewood pellets to go onto that. So what we will need though for a garnish is to chop up some chives to go onto the potato. I'm really happy because in the last couple of weeks my chives started growing outside again. And then, you know what we can make actually right now while we wait is the chimichurri. This is a type of herb sauce that I think we want to make sooner rather than later. So all those flavors kind of come together for a couple of hours before we actually use it. You put in for time off on our visit, just have to get it approved. Let us pray. I'm actually gonna look up recipe for chimichurri. Or actually, let's see the heck chimichurri actually is. Because I don't know about you guys, but a lot of restaurants really like to use the word chimichurri on their menu. And I've had quite a few different style of sauces that were called chimichurri. So let's actually see what this is before we get into making it, so that maybe we can make it the most authentic. Or if we're feeling crazy, we can put our own little spin on it. Wait, Vune, I missed it. That's gonna be your new knife. Ooh, that looks nice. Really like the handle on it. It looks very similar to mine. It looks like a knife that's gonna be really easy to use. I'm excited for you. Okay, chimichurri is an uncooked sauce, which is typically used for grilled meat. It comes in a green version and actually a red version as well. So chimichurri verde for green and chimichurri rojo for red. And it's actually originated in Argentina and Uruguay. Typically made of finely chopped parsley, garlic, olive oil, oregano, and red wine vinegar. The dominant flavors are supposed to be parsley and garlic. So when you think about the sauce, obviously the nice fresh kick from the herbs, a good bite from the garlic, I think to cut the fat in the grilled meat. The olive oil is just kind of gonna hold everything together in the sauce. And then the red wine vinegar, once again, is gonna be there to cut the fat or the richness in the meat as well. So it's a pretty balanced sauce. So the name of the sauce loosely translates as a mixture of several things in no particular order. That's what chimichurri means. So I'm gonna let's look at the Bon Appetit recipe for it. I'll post it in chat for you guys. Bon Appetit, another really good food magazine and recipe reference site. So this makes about 2 cups. I don't think we're gonna need all of that. Maybe I'm gonna do half of this recipe, so we only get 1 cup. But I think this is a sauce that will last at least a week in the fridge if you prepare it in a nice clean environment. And this looks like a really nice recipe. The only thing that I don't have for it is the oregano. So I'm gonna switch that out for basil instead, because I need to use some of this fresh basil up. It does look really good, doesn't it? So 1 shallot. 1 shallot. 1 Fresno chili or red jalapeno. Ooh, let's spice it up. Okay. I'm gonna grab a chili from the freezer. From the garden. Where are you? If I can find it. Oh no. Guys, I reorganized the freezer, but I think I did too good. Chili's hiding. We're good. We're good. Yeah. Can't guarantee any good water pressure when we visit. Liz takes too long of showers. Light and refreshing. Yeah, exactly it, anchovy. Look at this little, look at that little baby chili compared to this one. It's so cute. These are just bird's eye chilies. Quite a bit of spice in there. I think I'll take the seeds out.
Steak.
Sammy.
It's looking good.
It's looking good?
Yeah.
Sammy says steak. Okay, next up, 3 to 4 garlic cloves. Garlic. Oh, actually, we're doing it in half, right? So I only need 2 probably. 2 cloves of garlic. We'll use half of the shallot. I guess we'll use the other half of the shallot to cook up the mushrooms. You can almost smell them. Yes. Red wine vinegar. And this is a really traditional vinegar to use. If you don't have red wine, you can substitute it out for sherry vinegar as well. Another really nice one. Bird's eye with your seeds. No longer works for your early mid-30s body. Broken. Broke your butt. Okay, we need salt. Some cilantro. And parsley. Let's get out all of our herbs. The bag of herbs. It's like the chef's bag of tricks. Fresh herbs, though. So we have our basil, which is not looking the best. Basil just does not keep well, guys. Doesn't matter what you do. Like, I nicely packed it in the paper towel as well. Still didn't last. Got to use it up within a week. Guess we should have made pizza. I'm just going to pick off whatever is still pretty nice and green. R.I.P. though, for the rest. I mean, we could probably dry this out and it would still taste like basil, but it's just going to turn brown. That's the only thing. Umbrella! What's up? You want some yummy-licious rotisserie chicken? We actually ate the last little bit of it today for lunch. And it was yummy-licious. Throw it in the dehydrator. Yeah, I was thinking that, Rook. Exactly. And it'd probably still taste better than the store-bought dried basil. So I have some curly parsley here. My nemesis. #1 nemesis in Kate's cooking career. Curly parsley. Don't even get me started. What's this? Some dill? I think I would like to throw some dill into the mix. Another herb that just does not keep the best, no matter what you do. It's just super delicate. Dill and basil, the worst. to try and buy fresh and then store in the fridge. They don't like it super cold, they don't like it warm, they don't like it wet, but if you don't keep them moist, then they dry out. No wonder I can't have kids. Too busy trying to take care of my herbs, guys. And then lastly, our cilantro. Another delicate herb, but it keeps a little bit better than basil and dill. But I always find still that I have to pick out the slimy stuff every now and then. And then basil, dill, and cilantro are actually the hardest herbs to grow as well. Is just the way that the plant grows is it automatically wants to go to seed as soon as it sprouts. So it doesn't have a long season. So about halfway through the summer, your plants are gonna start to die off and want to go to seed. A really quick kind of reproduction cycle on them. Does curly parsley have any other use than being pretty? It's not even pretty. It does not belong on the rim of any plate. Let me just clarify that for you. Pile of herbs. We did good. We only lost the basil in a week. Not too bad. I guess we could make a larger batch of chimney and freeze it, but the only thing that happens when you're gonna freeze it is that the herbs are gonna turn brown. So herbs don't like to be frozen and stay green. So whether you cook the herb or freeze it, it's gonna wanna turn brown. So you're gonna lose that color. That's the only sad part. No poutine, only curly parsley, and no butter tarts. Yeah, where do you live, Yoon? I'm actually gonna chop these on this board because I don't feel like staining my wooden board with green herbs. And we do have to pick the stems off of these three. So let's do that now. If we were blending this up, we can maybe leave the stems in. But to chop it is, we're just not, it's gonna take us too long to get the stem fine enough for it to not be chewy. But you can keep all the herb stems for making a broth or a stock of sorts. You can make doo-doo. Oh no, you guys. In the doo-doo already. So what's everyone been eating today? I haven't really had anything that exciting. This is my list of foods so far for today. Woke up, ate a leftover kale salad from Sam's work, a crepe with peanut butter and jam, some smoked chicken, a Greek salad of sorts with just cucumber and tomato, crispy cheese, some coffee. I think that's it. Not the best of days, eating-wise, but I'm eating all this knowing that there will soon be a glorious meal of steak in my life. So I've been trying to actually not eat anything too heavy today. Trying to save some room up, if you will.
Should I show them my snacks I made?
Yes. Sammy did some late night baking last night. Beets by Kate, yeah. How dare you do that, Vune? Didn't you know it's Beets by Dre? What is this weak pun effort from you guys? You tired or something? Got like a whole new year of puns to come up with. Or did we leave them behind in 2018? Wish you could have seen the baking. It wasn't anything crazy.
It wasn't.
He whipped it up pretty quick.
So I made Rice Krispie squares with peanut butter and caramel and pecans and score bits and marshmallows.
Scary stuff happening. You were cramming every precious moment of sleep. You really wanted to see the late night baking. We will be doing an episode for sure next week.
We didn't
Probably
have time to make the actual butter that we needed to make.
On Monday. Yeah, we needed to infuse the butter with the marijuana. And we didn't have time. It takes a couple hours. So we didn't prior plan enough. But next week for sure. We'll make the butter on Sunday and make the edibles on Monday.
Plus we didn't have enough butter.
Yeah, why won't the iPad fit in the mouth? It is a wonderful snack.
Cool.
I had a little piece for breakfast too.
Me too.
It was quite nice.
What do you think the steak's at?
What do we think the steak temp is at? Sammy asked.
I don't want to check it yet.
He doesn't want to check it yet though, but he wants to know. He wants some guesses. I'm gonna say maybe halfway. 60.
We're at an hour now.
So we're an hour into baking them.
So probably another half hour we'll check it.
Yep.
It's a gross one.
That was a bad one. I almost touched the herb goop,
Herb
guys.
goop.
Herb goop. Okay, we have picked the herbage. You were gonna say 75 anchovy? Okay, we'll check it in a little bit. After we finish this chimney. Grab a bowl for us.
At 4 o'clock we're going to check it.
Green sauce in a green bowl? I would think that's proper.
It might be green.
It's gonna be green. I think there is a chimichurri recipe in the Bon Appetit book.
There it is.
I believe there's a chimichurri one, so we can infuse this. But since we're cooking for my parents, let's not. I don't think they would appreciate that. But maybe they would. Maybe they would. So just rolling our basil up, because we're gonna fine chop all of this today. How's the music level, guys? Is it all right? Your mom accidentally ate some cookies you made once. Oh my gosh, what happened? Sammy and I have talked about that. It's like, I wonder what would happen. Would we get in shit? Probably. That was a shitty telephone call. I bet. Feels weird to chop on this plastic. Okay, that looks good. So just a touch of basil in place of the oregano. Not quite the same flavor, but sometimes you gotta make do with what you have in the house. Oregano is actually an herb that grows really easily. It's like growing a weed. That's an easy one to grow. Yeah, OG Kate viewers watched in silence. You guys had to pay attention then. Yuna was in your first apartment, had a new job, and a lot of stress. Mom came by, you're probably going to tidy up things. Found the cookies, ate one, and took some to give to your aunt. Oh no. That's hilarious. So obviously it tasted good then. For her to not even know. Or maybe she was like, this tastes a little funny. Oh well. Hey, did you eat the cookies?
And you're like, oh, fudge.
Yeah. They were delicious. I guess she had an hour and a half to get home. It's not like it would hit her right away. That's the bad part, though. It is pretty funny, Vune. Quite enjoy that. Now I kind of know what to expect if that ever happens. Silence for a straight minute. Oh, that's the worst. Just hanging in there for the suspense. Did you have to hold the phone like a foot away from your ear because of the yelling? Yeah, I have no son now. She didn't even yell. Oh, that's the worst then. No yelling, just silence. Ooh. That's when Vune pooped his pants. Curly parsley is not easy to cut, guys. The curls make it more difficult. Curly parsley, literally a waste of time in the world. I guess that's why people just pick it in the small versions of trees and put them on the rims of plates. This all makes sense now. It's not supposed to be chopped. You're supposed to put big sprigs of it in everything. She said she only ate a part of one because she said the cookies were a touch too hard. Oh, you're lucky then. So did your aunt end up eating it then? Your aunt's like, sweet! Got some weed cookies. That would be hilarious. Yeah. The Emerald. Hello from Ireland. Welcome in. How are you doing today? Kind of run over of this parsley, and then we only have the dill and the cilantro left. We're making progress. Let me just add, guys, that this can definitely be made in a blender, but we got time today, so we're gonna do it the most traditional. Chop it all by hand. Why not? That is so crazy, Alvin. Your shrimp stories, horror stories. Even View knows about the shrimp story. Okay, I think that's good. Whew. My wrist is actually sore from that. Like, for the amount that this pile was before we started, you don't even get that much once it's all chopped up. That's where we're at so far, guys. Parsley, basil.
Be formless, shapeless, like water.
Vyoon, yeah, we'll blame Vyoon.
You put water into
Oh,
it,
man.
it becomes the bottle. You put it in a teapot, it becomes the teapot.
I thought 2019 was not for blaming Vyoon.
Be water, my friend.
I thought we had this conversation already. Okay, cilantro. Kind of bunch it all up. Do some nice little chops for the first round. Probably have to go over this like 3 or 4 times to get it nice and fine.
Be formless, shapeless,
2019 is not for blaming Vyoon. It's just a bonus? Oh no. I wasn't made aware that there was bonus blame Vyoons available. Don't do it, Vyoon. Don't do it. Ooh, anchovy. You got some points there. You could enter quite a few tickets into the giveaway if you so desire. I think we're going to be doing a little bit of prep for the giveaway today, actually. We're going to package up some salts and stuff that I want to send you guys. The poverty wheel. Okay, last herb. The dill. This is the easiest one to chop up. I like to put lemon zest and chimichurri as well. Really gives this nice kind of freshness. I think we might put a touch of that in. And this is definitely a condiment that's going to be good with more than just the steak. There's herbs everywhere. Everywhere. There's a contest? There is, Elvin. You have until the end of the month. I think the 29th is the day I'm going to draw it. 3 different prizes this time. Streamiversary. This as well. Okay, next up, so we gotta mince some garlic. A couple of garlic cloves, some shallot. We gotta finely dice up some chili pepper. So I'm gonna use the garlic press for my garlic. Get it nice and fine. with this little clove. So cute. Can you buy tickets on margin? No. You will not. So obviously it doesn't cost any money to enter. All it costs you is your time of watching and supporting the stream, which for most of you in here should not be a hard thing to do. Each ticket costs 20 bones or points that will be accumulated as you watch. So if you watch 20 minutes of Cook with Kate, you have enough bones to buy one ticket for the giveaway. You lost 4 bones. No, Sammy. 349 tickets purchased. What? Let me see this madness. I wonder who that was, Vune. I wonder who that was. Anchovy. Sammy, you're not allowed to buy tickets.
I get bones, don't I?
Sammy thinks he's allowed to buy tickets. Well, if I draw your name, you're not getting anything. What a guy. Sammy just participated. This is serious stuff. That's grounds for banning. What kind of mod is this? Yeah, cheat. Cheat, cheat, cheat. I think he didn't realize that I could see who's buying the tickets. Who is this guy? Wow. Like, he doesn't have enough by just being able to eat all the food that I make for him. He wants to win all the stuff. Like, the small amount of stuff that you guys might get, Sammy needs to have. Holy smokes. Okay, so I just took the stem, or the top off of the chili. I think I'm gonna bring in the cutting board again. Just so I don't make my board all spicy. Even though it might be too late. Shocked right now, guys. Shocked and appalled. Just pretend like that didn't happen. Or does that just mean that the giveaway is so good? Sammy just couldn't help himself. Yeah, rightfully so. Exactly. Oh, I know you're going for the jerky view. So what, you don't want me to draw your name at all? Until the jerky box drop? Like what? Okay, so I'm gonna draw the jerky first then. And if you don't win it, do you still want to be drawn for those other boxes? That's the question. You'll take what you can get. You'll use the ingredients on your stream? Oh, are you planning a food stream again soon? Okay, so half of this shallot, we're gonna cut it nice and fine. And I think I'll take the smaller side of it. So if you guys have ever used shallots before, you'll know that usually there's 2 pieces in one shallot. It's true, Elvin. Yeah, ban all the mods. They're gonna cheat together. After the catastrophe with Sammy, I don't know what to think now. He could have ruined it for all of you. Okay, so the way that I like to cut a shallot, so it is similar to an onion. Shallots are like a cross between onion and garlic is the flavor. So you can see the layers and the lines in it. And we want to follow that. And then sometimes I like to actually just make a slit about halfway through, just to kind of break it up. And then other than that, I'm going to cut it in the same style as if we're going to dice an onion. So really nice thin cuts, but we're not going to go all the way through. We're going to leave that little bit of head space at the root part there. That's just going to keep this all together and make it a little bit easier for us to slice or dice. So now that we have all those small cuts, ooh, oh God, just dropped the shallot. It's running, guys. So now you can see that we have all those small cuts in there. And turn it this way, and then just do really slow and steady cuts to get a really nice small dice. If I take that away, this should focus. So just keep going along there. Because this sauce is not going to be cooked right. So us putting something as strong as a shallot in, we don't want to overpower the palate by having really big pieces of shallot in there. Oh, it's making me cry already. So you want to evenly disperse that flavor of shallot throughout the sauce. And that way you get a little bit of everything in each bite. Sammy, I'm crying. Ugh.
Why are you all emotional?
It's rough. Goodbye, Charlotte. If the sauce won't be cooked right, does that mean we're cooking it wrong? Exactly. There's the puns we're looking for. Yeah, if this sauce is wrong, we don't even want it to be right. Okay, so now we can add some of our liquids and some seasoning. So olive oil. I'm just gonna eyeball this. So you just want the olive oil to kind of hold everything together. We'll add a bit at a time. And then for the red wine vin, once again, maybe go like a tablespoon at a time. So it's kind of like a vinaigrette, but not really. And then like I said, I want to put a little bit of lemon zest in here as well. I feel like that would go really nicely. Kick things up a notch, as Emerald would say.
Holy, that's an old one.
Kick it up a notch. Bam!
Boo-boo.
We got a doggo.
You know what I'm saying?
Doggo's inspecting. Not too much lemon zest though, guys. You don't want to overpower. The sauce is still more about the herbs than the lemon. Very intrigued to see how spicy this is going to be. And then maybe half a teaspoon of salt to start. Pinch of pepper. Smelling very fresh though. Smells good. Give this a stir. Can already tell that we need way more liquid. Let's do that with our olive oil. A little bit more red wine vin as well. You want it loose, so you can kind of spoon it over your steak or your vegetables, whatever you plan to serve it with. And that's why you cut everything so fine in it, so it's really nice and delicate. I might even just go with a touch more of each the oil and the red wine vin. Which means that we will have to add more salt, is my guess for sure. So we can spoon it and pour it. To me, that's like the perfect consistency of chimichurri. Now, all we need to do is taste it. The hummingbirds are yelling at you, Sammy. Mmm. I like the shallot flavor in there. It's really nice. And the basil, too. Anchovy, you're back. Welcome. A little bit more salt to kind of balance things out and also bring it together. I think that's pretty perfect. Let Sammy have a try. Touch of acid. You're good? The garlic and shallot is not overpowering. And neither are all the herbs. So all those herbs that I used really do complement each other. Your laptop was acting like an ass. No. Come on, laptop. Get your ish together. Okay, chimmy, done. So I'm gonna put that in the fridge for now. And that's just gonna kind of come together in the next few hours before we use it. And now, I think I'm gonna snip some of those chives from the garden and get our baked potato garnish together. Your laptop's a real donkey. Should we check the steak now, Sammy? Is it almost time?
4 o'clock.
4 o'clock. What time is it?
3:52.
Ooh, we're close. Hey guys, the smallest amount of chives, but we got them. Middle of winter. Hojerific, how are ya? As soon as you got on the giveaway page, it went flaky. Are you serious? As the old expression goes, where's the beef? She's in the oven right now. We're gonna check it in like 6 minutes. Okay, so we're just finely slicing this little bit of chive garnish for the baked potato. You can use green onion as well if you don't have chives. But this is honestly how tall they are at this moment, so not very much to pick from. And because it's going to be a garnish, we want to pay attention to how nice we're slicing them. This is more about the presentation. A little bit more. You guys ever cut green onions or chives and have your blade not go through all the way on the cutting board? You just get these like little long pieces of chive that are like half cut through. Or is that just me? Because that's super annoying when that happens. So not the most amount of garnish, but it's better than nothing, okay guys? Pick up all our little pieces. Okay, that can go in the fridge as well. And so for our mushrooms today, the nightmares, yes. I am a southpaw chopper. You noticed. Yeah, I'm a lefty. So for our mushrooms, I think I want to fry them up with just a touch of shallot as well. And I think I'm just going to slice it. I'm just going to cut this in half. And then just make nice little slices of shallot like this. Fry it in the pan with some butter and herbs. Maybe some herbs, but we might just go garlic. Keep it super traditional. Garlic and mushrooms and shallot. You have to start cutting on your wooden board. You got a plastic one for convenience, but it's dulling your knives. Yeah, start using your wooden board. But just keep in mind that it does take a little bit more effort to take care of it. You wake up screaming from dreams about half-chopped chives. It's okay, Alvin. Me too. Okay, so there's our shallot ready to go, and maybe we'll just prep up. We'll slice up some garlic as well. We're not gonna mince it in there. We'll slice it so you get good little bites of garlic. And that looks like it's definitely dried out. But we'll go with those cloves, and I think one more. Yeah, cut with wood. What? Are you crazy? So we're just gonna smash this. You can peel it easily. Two minutes until we check out the beef. Beef, boys. Ceramic knives. People ask me actually quite often, Anchovy, what I think of them. I've never used one, so I can't really say if I have an opinion or not. I've heard that they're really strong. I almost said metal, but obviously they're not metal. Is that the blade is strong when you cut with it and it stays sharp a lot longer. And I've also heard that the blade can be brittle and actually break really easily, like say if you drop the knife or cut something improperly. So I don't really know, Anchovy. I would say just be aware of how much you're spending on the knife, because you do get what you pay for. So buying cheap knives is, you're not going to get something that lasts you your whole life. Like, this is an investment for me because I know it's not going to break and I'm going to have it for the rest of my life. So to me, that makes sense to spend just a little bit more money. Humble Cook, thanks for the host. Yeah, exactly, Alvin. Those are our nightmares. Yeah, you might want to buy earplugs, exactly. Okay, so just thinly slicing our garlic for our mushrooms, and we'll throw it in with the shallot. If we mince the garlic, we would leave it out, but these will cook at about the same rate in the pan. Usually garlic will burn if you cut it really small and try to fry it with other stuff. So just be aware of that. That's happiness though, right there. In this container. Ooh. Okay, our mushies. Bring this tray over. So we're narrowing down the vegetables left on our board. We're doing all right as far as things go. So we have just some white mushrooms to cook up. And then we picked up some really nice oyster mushrooms from the supermarket. I think they were $10 a pound, which is actually not too bad. And this was less than a pound. So I think all of these oyster mushrooms cost us about $5. So we got half a pound for $5. And this quality is beautiful, I have to say. Those are like some of the nicest oyster mushrooms I've seen come from a supermarket. So you can see in between there is all we're gonna cut off is just this little bottom piece and then let them all separate on their own. And then here's our peppers, which these are just gonna be grilled up later, and we'll dress them with oil and salt and pepper at that time. You need to go to a place called Knifeware. Yes, you do, Hojerific. Wait, you're in Canada? So I have a knife from Knifeware. It's this one. I don't actually use it on stream too often, but it's pretty expensive. It's up there in price, and it's actually a vegetable cleaver. So that's why the blade is obviously not as wide as a meat cleaver. Shiggity, yeah, the steak. Actually, let's check that out now. So that is, we're at 2 hours now. Sammy, where'd you put this towel? Sammy's not listening. Oh God. Lifting that up with one arm, not the easiest thing to do. Okay, shrooms. Just move over 1 second. Little shroomies. So we're looking for internal temp of 120 Fahrenheit. So these are pre-seasoned with just salt and nice coarse pepper. Formerly Edmonton, now temporarily in Vancouver. Sounds like my life. I grew up in Edmonton for 23 years and then moved to Vancouver 3 years ago, now on the island. Okay, I'm gonna go right by the bone. Sammy, you wanna go like right here?
I would go in sideways.
Or like, oh yeah?
Yeah.
Like that?
Yep.
Ugh. It's not going in anymore. Ugh, there we go. Whew. 94. See if I push it in more if it goes down. 90. I would say.
91.
90 Fahrenheit. And that's the big bite.
Check this side.
Are they aged? No, Rook. But we did dress them with grapeseed
All Canadian beef is aged 28 days.
and salt and pepper. And yeah, Canadian beef aged minimum 28 days before you can even buy it. So same, Sammy. They're at 91 Fahrenheit.
Check the fillet. Just down this way. Up.
Like that. Wow, the fillet is so much more tender. So that's about 10 degrees more.
That's perfect.
That's not bad.
That's gonna take.
I like my steak done medium rare, but it also depends on the cut. So something a little bit more fatty, you can eat more medium and it's still gonna taste really good.
It will turn out to be medium rare after it's rested and then grilled on the steak on the grill.
Good night, Vune. Take care.
Night, Yoon.
Hope you have a wonderful week.
Yeah, I would say probably another half hour.
Half an hour, Sammy thinks. I think so.
Half hour.
It's taken 2 hours to get up to this point, and plus they weren't really room temp when we put them in the oven.
An hour and a half right now. Get that.
Okay, so we're only at an hour and a half. So we estimated 2 hours to get to 120 Fahrenheit internal. I think that's what it's gonna be. And each of these is about 3 1/4 pounds with the bone in it. Keep that in mind. Beautiful porterhouse. So we have our strip loin here on the one side of the bone, and then our tenderloin piece there. Thanks, Vune. So back in the oven. Let's do 30-minute timer. Yep, medium rare. That's the thing. We always get so sad in the restaurant when we have people that come in and order medium well or well done. But they're still cooked with a lot of love. I will say that, guys. It's like those well done steaks basted with so much butter. They're still cooked properly. It's not like we're just like, well done steak. Cook it till it's shoe leather. Grow up, guys. Everyone has a different palate. If someone wants to eat well done steak, you better make sure that well done steak is one of the best that they've ever had. $120 just for one of them, Vune? Or Rook? Rook, we got both of those for $100. Ever sous vide your steak before hitting it with the high heat? Yeah. So what this method that we're actually doing, Hojerific, is called the reverse sear method. And it's basically the poor man's version of a sous vide. It's like cooking it low and slow until it's at the right temp, and then you sear it afterwards. So but really same thing. Just when you do it in the oven, it dries out the outside and you will get a better sear. I found that when I do it in the sous vide, oh, that's a little wormy in the mushroom. Hello. So when you do it in the sous vide, it's going to be wet in the bag and its own juices, so you really have to dry it off, but you don't get as even as a sear. So welcome to mushroom cookery, guys. This is actually something that I find, oh, I killed it, all the time in the wild mushrooms we get from our forager. I'm not sure if this will focus on it, but there's a little white worm on my blade there, if you can see it. So we always have to go through our mushrooms properly, and I'm gonna rinse these actually before we even go any further. Goodbye, wormy. Okay, so first things first. Actually, I think I'm just gonna go pop for a quick bathroom break, and then we'll continue on with these. Hold tight, guys, 30 seconds. Okay. We We are here. Yes. Glare at him, Hojerific. Do it. Okay, so like I said, we need to start by trimming off the bottom that's kind of holding all of these mushrooms together. Be pretty gentle with it, I would say. So now we can separate these, and this is what we're gonna dry out. We're gonna put that in the dehydrator. That's just the bottom of the mushroom. It should end up focusing for us. So it's not super edible. It's just gonna be rubbery and weird, so we're just gonna get rid of that. Same with these other two here. And then this last big one, the biggin. So even though this looks like a lot of mushrooms, you have to keep in mind that they will cook down by at least half, I think. So always buy a little bit more mushrooms than you think you need. But now we can nicely separate all of these. And then maybe the bigger ones will cut down just a little bit. But like I said first, is we are going to give these just a little rinse. Just a little rinse. Because I found a worm in there. Dehydrate for what purpose? So dehydrate for the purpose of making a mushroom powder afterwards that we can use to, let's say, season a steak or a pork chop, or maybe put in a pasta sauce of sorts. Just gonna put these in the colander. Go over to the sink real quick. Or you can also use them to make a nice broth as well. Add a nice earthy flavor. Wouldn't the bigger ones also be the same taste as the stems? These ones? The white mushrooms or the bigger oyster mushroom? So the bigger ones, obviously they have a little bit of a stronger flavor and the stems are a little bit more tough, but that just means that we have to cut them down so that they cook at the same rate as the smaller ones. And you want to rinse these with nice cold water. Mushrooms are pretty delicate. I want to kind of dry them off a touch. Yeah, dry the mushrooms out so you can use it as a weapon. Throw at your boyfriend when you are unhappy. That was not my first intention, but it can be an option. Just put the colander there, and then I'm going to lay the mushrooms in this pan with a cloth, just to soak up any moisture. But I think I'm only going to put the small ones in here for now while we finish trimming up the bigger ones. These are a pretty mild mushroom, guys. They don't have a really strong flavor. And actually the texture is quite nice as well. They're not as rubbery, I find, as other mushrooms. There used to be a Chinese store down the road that sold all kinds of stuff. Things that were alive and never heard of. And they had the best mushrooms money can buy. What happened to it? They closed down? I'm sad for you. I'm just gonna trim these up. I think I'm gonna cut the stem off and then just cut it in half. So you get 3 pieces instead of 1. Since obviously this is kind of the size that we're going for here to kind of match. They shut down over immigration problems. Oh, the worst. Yeah, we can pretty much forage mushrooms year round here. These ones are not foraged. These were bought from the store and cultivated. But we've been getting wild mushrooms in at work since the summer. And still being able to cook with them throughout the winter. So that's pretty amazing. This is like the most I've ever used foraged mushrooms as well. Actually pretty eye-opening. And we basically just have one main forager at work who does pick for us. Almost weekly, I would say. And all he asks for in return is to eat at the restaurant for free every couple of months. So that's a great deal for us. Considering most of the time the mushrooms that he brings us are worth like hundreds of dollars if we were to order them. So that's a good amount of mushrooms for sure. And I'm just gonna wrap them up like this because mushrooms do like to dry out a little bit as well. So wrapping them in the cloth, hopefully that'll draw out the moisture that we rinse them with, but not let them dry out too much. Okay, so as soon as the meat comes out of the oven, we gotta bump up that temp so we can start to roast our beets. Oh, it's an amazing deal, guys. Like, it's actually shocking to me. It's like he's the retired surfer who just goes to pick mushrooms with his daughter and dog almost daily. And then just brings us like grocery bags full. Okay, now into our button mushrooms. So these ones, they're a little bit dirty. I will say that, but that's gonna be a given because mushrooms are cultivated in manure. So I always just kind of go through them, pick off any little specks of like actual dirt you can see. You can also use a brush of sorts to do that. Or you can rinse them, which I might actually do that for these as well. Because I think it'll be a lot easier. They seem really nice and firm, so it doesn't seem like they're gonna draw in too much moisture. Mushrooms just running away. It's like this counter is not balanced. Everything's just falling off the end of it. any dirt off with my fingers. Okay, we are 15 minutes out from that meat coming out of the oven. The steak. And then we have to let it rest for, I would say, a good half an hour at least. $120. Yeah, that's the goal temp. Thanks, Rook. 120 before the sear. Yeah, exactly. So just hitting that medium rare, closer to rare temp. So that when we quickly sear it over the charcoal on the grill, it'll just bring it up to that perfect temp. But then the good part about that is that the steak's already going to be rested. So right after we finish searing it on the grill is we can cut into it without worrying that all the juices are going to go everywhere. So that's also another good reason of reverse searing. So these mushrooms is, once again, we kind of want to aim for something around this size. So we're going to cut them down just a little bit further. And I think I'm going to go in half to start, and then flip them flat side down because that's just easier for cutting purposes. It's safer, more stable surface. Hey Pete, how are ya? Welcome in. And then I'm gonna make nice cuts this way. So maybe a 1/2 inch thick. Get nice little pieces. Button mushroom. Hopefully Liz left some hot water. Good luck, Elvin. Good luck. Sorry guys, there's our little pile. Yeah, get a sous vide for the bathtub. That's epic, Rook. Then the water won't go cold. You can literally stay in the bath all day. Why did I never think of this? Wonder if the bubble bath would mess it up though. Probably don't want any soap to get into it. A sous vide does not sound as good as a porterhouse. No, not really, does it? So once again, I know it looks like we have a lot of mushrooms here, but they're gonna cook down by at least half when we go to saute these in a pan later. So you always need about twice as much as you think you need. Okay, shroomies, all prepped up. gonna quickly prep up some of those greens to put in with the beets. Kind of making a nice little roasted beet style of salad. Put a toaster and coffee machine next to the tub too. Yeah, you'd be set. I mean, it's a bit dangerous, but you'll have everything you need. Yeah, just sous vide yourself. Has anybody tried this? Please let me know how it goes. The steaks are in the oven. Yes. They've been in the oven for almost 2 hours now at 200 Fahrenheit. So low and slow temp to slowly bring them up to internal medium rare. Okay, let's check out these garden greens that I have. I think they're still okay. But we'll definitely have to give them a wash. These are mustard greens. These are a good winter vegetable that you can grow. They're quite strong to the weather, not strong in flavor. Oh, okay, twist my arm, guys. We'll just use this all. I have to go pick some more anyways. They're growing pretty quickly out there. So we'll empty this bag out so I can start fresh this week. And we'll have to do some trimming up for sure. But we got 8 minutes. Should be alright. I'm going to start by trimming the stems and just kind of going through, see if there's any not so nice pieces that will be composted. But they do stay quite long in the fridge as well. Like, these are almost 3 weeks old, I think is when I picked them last. So let's line up all the stems. Sam, you gotta start the grill soon. Sammy's not listening. Did the greens taste mustardy? They don't. They're actually the mildest of the mustard greens. Are you gonna start the grill soon? 4:30 now?
Yeah.
What's it gonna take, about 45 minutes?
45 minutes to heat up. I'll wait till about 4:45. I'm gonna get all the charcoal and stuff in it.
Okay.
Switch to the grill cam. I'll try to get the light to stay on as well.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Febreze, if we're gonna compare these, they're actually more mild than like a rocket or a arugula, even. So pretty mild in flavor, I would say. I'm just cutting off the stems because they don't look super good. And we are going to start up the grill pretty soon here, guys. Get ready for the steaks. We have a grill cam set up outside. So we're gonna get to see the full process. That's gonna be fun. Okay, so now that they're all lined up, I like to cut these in like 1-inch pieces. That way it's a lot easier to eat. Otherwise, I find it pretty hard to try and fit something like this into your mouth without looking like a rabbit. Think about how your grandma would look if she was trying to eat this salad. Do it for grandma, guys. Now they're all chopped up. Gotta give them a good rinse under some water because they're definitely organic and there definitely could be some bugs and other things on there. probably a good amount of dirt as well. Obviously, you want to rinse these under cold water as well, as they're pretty delicate. Lettuces and greens don't typically like hot water, because that'll make it wilt. And that's not what we want. We want them to stay nice and crunchy and green and fresh. I get to spin all that water out. Otherwise, whatever we dress this with is not going to stick. So look at all that water that we just took out. Probably a good quarter cup worth. And maybe I don't want this big of a bowl. We're just gonna build this salad on a plate later when the beets are cooked and cut up. So we can lay the greens out on there right now. This is called a salad spinner. It's really, really handy. Like really handy. I would recommend everyone to get one of those. Give one of these a taste. The stem is so nice and crunchy. I guess it does have like a slight mustardy, or maybe let's say like wasabi or horseradish kind of taste. But it's really, really mild. Hey, less than 2 minutes, and I think these steaks are coming out of the oven for good. Then we gotta crank it up to 400 Fahrenheit. Okay, so these greens, we're not gonna dress them quite yet, just because when you dress them early, they're actually gonna wilt faster. So I'm just gonna pop this plate of greens into the fridge for now until our beets are cooked and ready to go. But at least we're a little bit ahead of the game now. Okay, let's check out this beef. Smells really good. Can't believe how dark they got from the pepper and the oil. Looks like that looks good. Maybe it look better this way. Hello. Hello there, steak. Nice to meet you. Okay, let's check this guy. Going into this side in the center. That should give us the most accurate temp. 107, Sammy?
I guess it'll be another 20 minutes.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Another 20. Pushing it.
It's fine. I still gotta get the grill started and everything anyways.
Okay. So let's do another 20 minutes. We'll set the timer, and then we should be good to go.
The temp up to 225.
Oh yeah, we can actually bump the temp up now. Why don't we do that? 225. So 25 degrees higher. And then it shouldn't take as long. But notice that we have the steaks on a metal rack, which means that we can get airflow underneath as well, which for this method is really, really important. Almost there. Patience, my friends.
Yeah, can't rush it.
Patience. I guess we will need a light outside, hey Sammy? We're gonna be grilling in the dark.
The light is outside.
Pardon?
The light's outside.
Okay.
Switch to the outside.
Okay, well I'm pretty much caught up on my list here. So you're not gonna start the grill quite yet then?
Yeah.
Okay. You wanna know right now?
Yeah.
Okay, Sammy's gonna start the grill, guys. Let's go outside. Check out what's gonna happen. Okay, we have my mic on in here now. So I'm gonna kind of narrate what he's doing. So he just put the charcoal in. And now he's putting in some chunks of wood, which I believe are cedar. So he has it only filled about halfway. So you don't always have to fill the grill completely with charcoal if you're gonna do a, I guess, shorter cook on this. If we were gonna smoke something like a brisket, which takes about 12 hours, we're gonna fill it up because we don't want to run out of fuel about halfway through and kind of stop the cooking process. So those are organic fire starters that he's gonna light each one of them, and then that should get ripping pretty quickly here. Fire, fire, fire! Yes, Rook. And the sun is setting, but we do have a light outside, so I think we'll be okay. Shouldn't be grilling in the dark too much. And so see how we kind of spread out the wood as well? You want an even disbursement of wood so that when you're cooking over it, is you get the flavor really evenly. Looks good, Sammy. Looks really good. So now you're just gonna let it stay open while it lights, or are you gonna close it at any time?
No, leave it open for like 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
Until fire starts to actually get going.
Yeah. I don't know if you're able to hear the fire from outside. Looks good though. Is this just satisfying? Is this better than the fireplace channel at Christmas? It might just be. Goal! It sounds good, Sammy? Got some crackling happening? Yep, that's good for the fireplace channel. You don't know, Rook. The rotisserie view is good too. It's true. I guess you get the rotation noise of the rotisserie. The mild hum in the background could be comforting. It is one of the egg grills, anchovy. It is the big green egg. So we're just waiting for the steak to come up to temp and the grill to heat up. And then we'll get those vegetables rolling and roasting. What's up?
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know why I didn't use those.
Yeah, see?
Yeah.
It's all good.
See? We're still here. Yup. Okay, well, big green egg, small, cutting board large.
Is that your 20-minute timer?
It is, yeah, 15 actually. I did. Now you understand what all the hoopla is about. What am I second guessing?
It should take 20 minutes.
Oh, we bumped up the temp, so I was erring on the side of caution. Never seen one used, just thought it was another grill. It is not just another grill. This is Sammy's side chick. And I've accepted this. Yeah, Bailey's on hot cocoa. Get it out, guys. Cozy up by the fire.
This music, the crackling, is pretty perfect.
Ooh. That's cracked.
Oh, that's good.
That's cracked. Want my money back, please. So I'm gonna be prepping up our salt box right now. The box number 2 for the giveaway, sweet and salty. Kate's salted Meyer lemon preserve, dried Meyer lemon, tomato confit, ooh, and beet chips. That's why we got the big beets, Sammy. Blackberry jam and an assortment of 10 locally crafted sea salts. Vegan gelato, how are you? Crazy noise out there, but it was just Sammy. He's putting more charcoal on the fire. We need more. Your natural enemy? Really? You are not one with the fire though? Okay, 10 salts, we say. Welcome in, Tom. How are you? I think you gotta go points. Or leaderboard, anchovy. You're doing okay, vegan gelato. You may have gone a little crazy borrowing cookbooks from the library. Is that really crazy, though? Ooh! Sammy's dirty hands. Ah! Do not. So 2, 4, 6, 7. Tom Hung with the 6 months in a row. Yes, Toms. Thank you so much for all the support in the last half of a year. That's crazy to say. I hope you are well, man. Okay, so I'm packaging up some salts. So I'm just doing little kind of tasters of each salt. Obviously, I don't want to give all my salts away. So, coffee salt, guys. Florida Cell. It's a nice flaked salt. I don't know if you can see that. Sun-dried tomato basil. Smoked peppercorns. So you can fake smoke some stuff. You can pair it with some of this applewood smoked salt. Or, if you're feeling sweet and salty, some smoky maple salt. Or are we getting a little bit cheesy with some of this blue cheese salt? This is really good on vegetables, I will say. I've only read a few recipes, but so far the Pok Pok cookbook seems as good as you might expect. Yes, that's actually one that's on my list. And I feel like I might regret not buying the one when we were in Portland, because it was a signed copy. Hey, Sammy?
What?
I regret not buying the signed Pok Pok cookbook.
Yeah.
I really regret that, I will say. But maybe I can get Tig Girl to go pick it up for me one day. Send it over. Lemon and dill, guys. This is a really cool one. I do love to use this one. It's for sweets. So salted caramel, chocolate sea salt. Mix the salts together. Yeah. Mystery salt tasting. And then the one that I used on the beets today, rosemary sage infused. So, I'm gonna wash up my hands. What do you want to make out of the Pok Pok book, Vegan Gelato? You got your eyes set on a special recipe? That would just be mean, Elvin. But I do have to make like a little kind of coded list. So I'm just gonna number the little salt containers and then just have a list with what the number is on the container. You have that one digital. Oh. Yeah, I do regret not getting that cookbook when I was in Portland. I will say that, guys. Yeah, Andy Ricker. So I have like barely used any of this coffee salt. We totally should have used it today on the Porterhouse steak. I think that would have been amazing. What they say to pair it with though, so great on steaks, pork chops, wild game, and root vegetables. Or as a topping for ice cream, brownies, cookies, or any chocolate type of dessert. Coffee salt. This is what the world is throwing at us, guys. So it looks like our coals are getting nicely lit there on the grill. So good thing I have this little BB funnel. Guess I'll have to invite Andy Ricker over for dinner one day. Yeah. I guess so, hey? I feel like I'm packing drugs or something right now, guys. Oh no. We've been blocked off. Okay. We'll come back in here then. Show you this crazy stuff that I'm doing. So, little beady coffee salt for you guys to play around with. But obviously, there's a lot more where that came from. And that is the timer for our steak. Who is Andy? He is a chef. And I believe he is the owner of Pok Pok. Who is Andy? Rook says. Oh gosh. And he's the guy who actually went around with Bourdain in Thailand, I believe. And they like ate and drank like crazy people. Okay, one last test. Cloned. Hi. How are you? Go right around here. Oh, this is feeling better. Sammy says, look at the egg. Did he set up the camera differently? Tell him to move it over a little bit. Move it to the right a little bit. We're smoking. Yeah. Oh my god. I think that our neighbors might hate us. So guys, 121F reading on our thermometer in this steak now. That's perfect. So now those get to rest out of the oven now, just at room temp. Before we go to sear them on the grill. And now I get to happily turn up the oven to, I'm gonna do 400 Fahrenheit. A higher heat. And I'm gonna put the beets in right now because I'm a little bit worried that they're gonna take a little bit to cook. So we only have an hour to cook these. And then we still have to peel them and dice them up. So keep that in mind. And then, you know what? I guess we can throw in the baked potatoes as well. So I think those are gonna take an hour. Yeah, 121 now. It's perfect. Yeah,
well,
we smoking.
I guess you were right. Hey?
Rook, you are Batman?
You're Batman.
Oh no, clone is now. Ah! Okay, I'm just gonna put those potatoes right on the oven rack, guys. Please tell me you do this as well. And all we did was poke them 3 times with a fork to allow for steam to escape. Yeah, we're not weird. Exactly, vegan gelato. I'm gonna start marking up these containers. So, coffee salt. Number 1. Now I'm gonna make a list. Woo! There's only 2 pieces of paper left on my notepad, guys. No problem, Elvin. Don't feel bad. You could always watch the VOD later on to see the wonderful grilling of the Porterhouse. Take care. Hope you have a wonderful night, and maybe we'll see you on Sunday for some brunch. So 1 coffee salt. 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10.
One.
Ah ha ha. 1.
These steaks look holy.
Yeah, those are some good looking steaks. They're heavy. Real heavy. Tomato basil salt does not want to go through the funnel, guys. It's actually a little bit sticky. Whoa! What's happening? Mrs. Ruby with the raid! Welcome in, guys! We are kind of chilling out right now, just waiting for our steak to rest and for our grill to heat up. Let me give you a little sneak peek of what's gonna go down in maybe about half an hour. An hour from now. How was the stream? Thanks for the follow, 2 Girls 1 Game. Limey, Paxamo. How are you all today? Okay guys, Porterhouse steaks. This is what's going down. So what we did for these is we did a reverse sear method. And I'm sure a bunch of you do not know what that even means. We did go through what it is earlier in the stream, but I'll quickly go over it one more time with you. Not your best stream. Don't even worry. You know what? It happens to me as well. We're all humans, Mrs. Ruby. But we can strive for perfection. That's allowed. As long as we learn from what happens, I think that's the most important. Maginal Chemist, thanks for the follow as well. So, Porterhouse steak. What this is, guys, also known as a T-bone. So, literally a T-bone because the bone goes this way and then here, so it forms a T. So we got the strip loin on this side, tenderloin on this side, which you think that may be, the perfect steak. There's 2 steaks in 1 cut here. But it actually makes it a little bit difficult to cook properly because obviously the tenderloin is a lot smaller than the strip loin, so that side's gonna cook a lot quicker. Chocolate. Reverse sear is where you heat it slowly until it's cooked and then sear the surface at the end, right? Exactly. So doing a reverse sear for this type of steak in particular is the best because we cooked it at 200 Fahrenheit, so really low and slow. It took us about 2.5 hours to get the internal temperature of this, so temp somewhere around this area. Internal part is the part that's going to take the longest to cook, is we brought it up to 120 Fahrenheit. So just kind of between rare and medium rare cook. And then these just came out of the oven about 5 minutes ago before you guys came in. We're going to rest them for a good half an hour while the grill starts to heat up. We have some charcoal and cedar in the big green egg. And then because we are resting these now, is when we go to sear them later, we don't have to rest it another time. So resting them now, we can quickly sear them later and then cut right into it and not worry about those juices coming out everywhere. So really, really fun way to cook bigger pieces of meat if you really want a controlled cook on it. The only thing that kind of holds us back when we do a reverse sear is it takes time. So like I said, these cook for 2.5 hours. Is you need to prior plan a little bit if you want to do this method. But I think in the long run it's really good for presentation and like wow factor if you guys are having a dinner party. And it doesn't just have to be for steaks. Is you can do these with pork and with chicken as well, and you'll get the same end result. Welcome in, Heat. How long in the grill since you've cooked them? So I believe Sammy's bringing the grill up to somewhere around 600 Fahrenheit.
600, 650.
So 600, 650 Fahrenheit, really hot grill. And my guess is, what, 3 minutes aside? Maybe?
Maybe that, yeah.
So these Porterhouses,
Maybe a little longer.
to give you an indication, like this is my hand, they're 2.5 inches thick. We got these ordered from the butcher shop, so they're really thick. So it will take, obviously, double the amount of time as your typical steak. And they are pre-seasoned.
I want to get good cross-hatch marks on one side.
Yeah.
Should maybe hit the other side.
And then you can see the fat cap here, so we're gonna have to leave it on that side for a little bit as well to render that up.
Yeah.
And make it crispy.
Just gonna leave it on it. I got the grill. Great.
You never order Porterhouse because you've had too many of them overcooked at restaurants. That's the thing, guys, is I don't go out to eat steak anymore because I've just been disappointed too many times. So for me,
I can cook them better.
yeah, obviously being a chef or like a really good home cook is these 2 pieces of meat. This is 7.5 pounds of meat here, including the bone, obviously. But these cost $100 for both pieces. It's not just for 2 of us today. I'm cooking for my parents as well. I know, guys, the pressure is on. But think about that. If you were to go out to a steakhouse and order this Porterhouse, cooked perfectly medium rare, you're putting your trust in that chef to cook it properly, and you're gonna pay $100 for just one of these pieces. And then, after all of that, you're paying $100 for a piece of meat. Is most of these steakhouses, you have to buy your vegetables separate or extra. So by the end of it all, you're going to be paying close to $150, $200 to just go out for a Porterhouse steak and have someone else cook it for you. Anchovy, yeah, you'll take the crispy fat. It's mine. All mine. Tipsy. Yeah, the one missing ingredient is your face. Da fuck, yeah, Sammy's being modest, one might say. Maka Waka with the host. Thank you very much and welcome in.
I'm being slightly modest.
Yeah, Porterhouse next Christmas. So obviously, strip loin side is, you're gonna have more flavor here as this muscle is worked a little bit more. Tenderloin, it can overcook quickly and there's not as much marbling, so it can get dried out. But there's a reason why the word tender is in it, is this muscle is not worked as much as the strip loin.
If you do a ribeye the same way, it's fantastic.
A ribeye?
Yeah.
Yeah, ribeye has a lot of marbling in it,
Like-
which means there's more flavor as well.
If you can find yourself with a bone-in prime rib on sale at the store, cut it down by the bones and just do the exact same
Make your
method.
own bone-in ribeye steak.
Yeah.
Yep. Rook, you could eat all 7 pounds of it, including the bones. Just crunching down. Love it. Okay, we're gonna put these away. I'm gonna continue packing up our little salt containers for the giveaway. So you newbies in here, I'm coming up to my first year, or I'm at my first year of streaming on Twitch. And what better way to celebrate than to thank you guys and do a little giveaway.
You're already in your first year, aren't
I am, yeah. First year
Holy.
streaming on Twitch. Maybe this year we'll get partner. Maybe not. Either way, I'm not stopping. So the area that I live in, obviously I'm on Vancouver Island, so we're surrounded by the ocean, which is really awesome for local companies here who harvest the water from the ocean to make specialty sea salts. So that's one thing that's going to be in the giveaway, so check that out. And the giveaway is free. It doesn't cost you guys any money. All it costs is your time watching the stream. So for every 20 minutes that you guys watch Cook with Kate stream, is you can buy 1 ticket to enter the giveaway. So that's not too bad. So here's the main page for the giveaway here. And then you can also see that first time follower received 20 bones upon following. So for those of you that just followed, you can enter 1 ticket already into the giveaway. So the first little salt that I packed up here, we're just doing little tasters of each, is coffee salt. Pretty cool, I would say. I'm trying to pack this sun-dried tomato and basil salt, but it really just wants to get stuck in the funnel. And all of these salts are infused with organic spices and flavorings. We're gonna restart with that. Sammy says, use the pipe cleaner. I think it will work. So this one is so sticky because of the tomato and basil that's put into it. And I have used these salts on stream before. So I do have recipes already made up if you guys are interested in that as well. Nice. I want to make sure that these are nice and full for you guys though. Tickets 20. Nice, my drops. Get them in there. We have like over 350 tickets already purchased. And the draw is on January 29th, so still lots of time to enter the contest. We will not waste this. Okay, looks like... Okay, Sammy's fiddling with the light so you guys can see the grill. Still. The sun is a-setting though. I'm sure where most of you guys are at, the sun has already been set for a while now. Looks good, Sammy. Looks good. So, Mrs. Ruby, are you still in here? What did you make on stream today? That did not work out. Or maybe it worked out, but not quite how you wanted it. That's usually how it goes for me as well. But then, I always find that maybe I'm just a little bit too critical of myself. Is there a temp gauge on the egg? Yes, there is. Is it working? It is. It is, it is. The fire was ripping pretty good when we first got that raid. It's at what, sorry, Sammy?
It's at 300 right now. Oh, yeah,
300, so about halfway there.
Do you want me to open it up?
If you want, you can show them what's going on. Bones. Or are you asking if the tickets are working? Here's your leaderboard, my drops. And if you want me to see if you purchased tickets, just give me a sec to refresh. Jones and Bones worked for you. My drops, I don't know if it worked for you yet. Looking good. How can you tell how many bones you have to spend? So if you click on that leaderboard there, that will give you how many bones you have to spend. Yeah, just enter ticket. Or if you click on this link, is you can purchase tickets right on the giveaway page as well. Okay, next salt. We are going to do a fleur de sel, so a nice flaked salt. So this is used more for garnishing, more than anything, because of the way that it melts into your food. So it's not going to be as salty as a fine salt. And these are usually more expensive as well. To be able to get these kinds of flakes, as it takes a little bit more effort. Just get stuck in there. Don't even feel like coming out, hey? This is proving to be not as easy as I thought it was going to be, guys. And I just don't want to waste my salt. Don't spill the salt. Does this mean bad luck forever? It's worth it, though.
That's what time with you is over.
For you guys, it's worth it. Hoping you're in it. I'll check for you, my drops. I'll check right now. Yep, you're there. You purchased 5 tickets. so funny, Sammy? Sammy's being a giggle monster. So guys, what's your favorite type of steak dinner? What kind of steak is your favorite? And what do you typically like to serve with it? Keeping it pretty traditional today, doing up some baked potatoes, some roasted beets, sauteed mushrooms. Right. Strip loin for you, anchovy. Nice. That is a good cut. It's really flavorful. And the price point is reasonable as well, I find. Like, strip loin's a good medium ground for steak. If you want to splurge, you'll get tenderloin, but to me, tenderloin's overrated. Yeah, it's tender, but it's not as flavorful. Anytime you add more marbling is you're going to get more flavor. Thick bone-in ribeye and fries. Yes, Jones. You know how it's done.
Says the person that ate 16 ounces of tenderloin in a day.
Oh, I'll eat tenderloin still. I just never said it was my first choice. Grilled asparagus, yeah. Porterhouse, mashed potatoes, garlic bread, grilled asparagus. That sounds like a feast for sure. So next up, smoked peppercorns. So if you want a cheat smoke, if you don't have a smoker at home, this is an awesome way to get that smoky flavor. Sam, you getting hungry? Mm-hmm. Is someone home upstairs?
Barger.
Dad's home.
Hey, I see you. What?
You got
What's
a
up?
doggo in here.
What's up?
You go with the New York strip. You got hooked on the fat fence. Yeah. Yeah, strips usually have a nice fat cap on them. Oh, hey, in-dog. How are ya? You like porterhouses. I don't think I've ever had a porterhouse.
So, are you plating up just our steak downstairs? And
Yeah,
then
that
send
might be
her
good.
else
Yeah,
upstairs?
that sounds good, Sammy. 2 different textures on 1 plate. Yeah, I'm very intrigued by this. The tenderloin soaks up juices and sauces really well. Yeah, that's actually a good point. It might be not as flavorful as other cuts of steak, but that means that it's a good vessel for sauces and stuff like that. You've been working and lurking. Totally allowed. Totally allowed. Okay, this one, guys. You ready for this? This is great with steak.
Blue cheese salt.
Blue cheese salt. And this one is like very cheesy, as it's like sticky and greasy. I've done it with roasted broccoli and Brussels sprouts before, and it's so good with that. I don't know if I've actually used it on steak. At least not yet. Oh, this is a thing, vegan gelato. This is a thing. And it's quite nice, I would say. But it does cake up, obviously, if you can tell how hard it is to get through the funnel. So it's a little bit difficult to sprinkle, is the only thing that I've found. If you don't sprinkle it well enough, is you just get these kind of salt bombs in one spot of whatever you're trying to season. So just be aware of that. But I'll be sending like a pairing little pamphlet to go with all these salts so you guys aren't super lost when you do get them, whoever wins this. I feel like that's important as well, is you're gonna end up with all these different flavored salts, but you may not know how to use them. Could be a scary thing. Just gonna keep packing it in there for you guys. No rip off. Hello, Nike. How are you today, my good sir? Now voyaging. Thank you for the subscription on YouTube. You went out for your birthday. Wait, is today the day? Or was it on the 13th? Did I fall behind tomorrow? Okay, phew, I didn't miss it. Would have felt so bad. Well, happy birthday in advance, Nike, since I won't be on tomorrow. Where'd you go? You went to the Texas Roadhouse. Oh, did you have a steak? Is it steak night for all of us or what?
Happy birthday!
Oh, yeah.
What? Night Drifter with the tier 1 sub. Welcome in. Welcome to the Onion Squad. I hope that you enjoy that onion emote. And feel free to check out our Discord, where I very frequently post recipes made on stream. We also like to post different kind of food photos and fun photos on there as well. And that's just a great way to stay updated on what's happening in the channel. Is I'll frequently post in the announcements when I'm going live or what the schedule is going to be as well coming up. And then guys, if you are Instagram fiends like I am, that's like my one kind of social media vice, feel free to check me out on there. It's kind of like my little cooking profile that I put together. Okay, 5 salts, 5 to go. The grill looks ready. It's definitely getting there. Definitely getting there. 5 salts left. Applewood smoked is our next one. What's it at, Sammy? It's at 500 anchovy, if you're wondering. When he sees flames shooting out of the top, that's when he knows it's ready.
It's almost ready.
Soon, my friends. Like, you think the anticipation is killing you? Think about how we feel. Had to smell it cooking in the oven all day already. Just give us the meat.
But we still got 30 minutes before they even go on.
I know.
Well, 25 minutes.
We gotta wait for the beets and the
Hey, Siri.
potatoes to roast up as well still.
Hey Siri, start 25-minute timer.
Hey, Night Drifter. Just wanted to sub and say hello. You're usually lurking, but just wanted to say you really enjoy watching. Thank you so much for that. Like, those little notes like that in my chat is really what keeps me going. I don't care if you guys are still lurking. All that matters is that you're here, and I hope that you can take something away from the stream. You're thinking about getting the medium green egg as a birthday present for yourself. That's basically what we did for ourselves. It was for Sammy, though. He definitely uses it more. And I just knew that it would benefit me as well. So that was his birthday present, once upon a time. Thank you so much for that, Night Drifter, and welcome to the squad. Hope you enjoy your stay here. Tell them the worst birthday story ever. Okay. Worst birthday story ever from Sammy.
The big green egg is kind of bittersweet to me. Yeah, I have a big green egg. It's awesome. It's wonderful. So, my parents flew in to Vancouver for my birthday, and they handed me a check to buy the egg.
Or like a portion of it.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't enough to buy the medium egg.
Okay, right.
I wanted large, but like, anyways, they gave me a check to buy the egg, and I was super excited. Like, first thing in the morning, my birthday, got that. I was on top of the world. Caitlin and I are like, okay, let's go to the gym. Hit the gym up before we start doing stuff for the day with my parents. Go down to the locker.
To our bike locker.
My bike's stolen. So, like, a $5,000 bike disappeared on my birthday after getting a check from my parents to buy myself my dream barbecue.
Traded
like,
one thing out for the other. That's life, guys.
How terrible is that?
It's pretty sad. It was a sad day for
so
sure.
I got a smile on my face. I got an awesome new bike. I'm good. Nothing can replace memories and people.
Yeah.
But I can always replace things.
It's true, it's true. Thank you for that, Sammy. That's sad. It was a pretty sad Nike. I didn't even know what to do, to be honest. I just felt so bad. The egg is better. Yes, Jones. Definitely have gotten our use out of that. Okay, next one, guys, in the giveaway. Sweet and smoky maple. So this one's supposed to be really good for making a cheater kind of smoked salmon. Put this on your piece of salmon and bake it in the oven. You can get that kind of sweet and smoky flavor. I don't know if this one's gonna go through the funnel though. There's maple sugar in here. So that's what makes it so sticky. You will go into the jar. And you will like it. I've made salmon with this before, and it's actually really, really lovely. I will say that. And the smoke flavor is not super intense. What's up, Sammy? Sammy's turning the oven up. He says we need more heat. Yeah, it is going to be go time pretty soon here. Pretty much right as I finish up these salts, I think.
You pretty much have about that much there.
Just killing some time. Number 7.
I missed that bike though. It was really gorgeous to look at.
Yep. Reminiscing.
Yeah, that sparkle green paint job with the photo front works. Oh, it's so good.
Boys and their toys once again. This salt, really, really cool. So salted caramel chocolate. So if you look here, they like to use it on like specialty coffees or let's say hot chocolate. or even on ice cream. Any kind of dessert that's creamy like that, really, really good. So there's cocoa in here, is where you get the chocolatey flavor from. But I don't know about you guys, but I love to add salt to chocolate. Just makes the flavor a lot deeper, I think. Those coals are looking good for sure. Nice fire, Sammy. Nice fire.
So you excited walking around New York?
Yeah. Of course I am.
Do a lot of live streaming. Talk to all the people. So you have to talk to people. Talk to them. Suck in.
Yep. Sammy likes to talk to strangers a lot. Kind of an issue when we travel because he gets sucked into these things that look like they're free, but then they're totally not. He's just a very nice person. Can't help it. Come to deal with that. Like, if we just do that, oh my goodness. Looks awesome, guys. Around here, there's a chocolatier called Esther Price. They make salt-covered caramel that's out of this world. Salted caramel? Yeah, I have my Yeti on. Salted caramel is like one of my favorite things, anchovy.
Thanks for the follow.
Liffiow, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Might have made a mistake, guys. So even dried wood gives off a good amount of steam. Totally. I mean, nothing is like super dry here vegan gelato just because it's so humid always. So like the wood pellets and the charcoal we keep inside. Just because otherwise it would get very wet. And that doesn't make for good fires.
Beans coming from the bottom for a little bit of water that is good.
Oh, okay.
It's just drying out. It's just coming out the sides.
The only thing you don't like Big Green Egg for is reverse sear. What? How come? That's what we're gonna do today, DeFuck. But you kind of think reverse sear is foolproof and searing a steak gets similar results if you know what you're doing. Yeah, that is very true. But for a bigger cut like this, I think reverse sear is awesome because it does kind of slowly break down any connective tissue that's in there over that 2.5 hours. So you will get a more tender result. And obviously now we know it's perfectly cooked. So you don't have to worry about undercooking it or overcooking it. Especially when you're buying a piece of meat that costs $50. So next salt, guys, this one's really, really nice for fish and also chicken. Lemon and dill infused. Big Green Eggs temperamental below 250. I think that's gonna come with any kind of wood-fired barbecue, is it's always gonna be a little bit harder to control the temp. But Sammy has something called a barbecue guru, which is a little fan that we connect to the bottom to control the temperature. And that just gives us a little bit more ease when we don't feel like watching the grill for 12 hours if we're doing a long cook.
Oh, to reverse sear inside the Big Green Egg. Yeah, that's really hard to do.
Oh yeah, yeah. I would say use an oven for sure.
Yeah, the fuck, I totally agree. It's hard to keep the egg below like 225, 250. Like it's hard. And once it's above that, it's so hard to bring back down in temperature. So you really have one chance to heat up these properly.
One chance. Yeah, you've definitely learned how to use it, hey Sammy?
Yeah.
The last few years. You've done some reading though.
Yeah.
You made a convection grill. They came out with this little electrical device. Barbecue Guru. It does the work for you. So there's what, 3 temperature gauges on it, Sammy? Or no, 2.
It's only the one.
It takes the
One
temperature of
temperature gauge
inside.
of the meat and the temperature of the egg itself. And then it makes sure the temperature of the egg stays at a certain temp and then doesn't go above on the meat.
You have the Guru? The fuck?
It works really well.
Yeah, we usually only use it for like brisket or pork shoulder. A
Yeah,
longer kind of cook or a
If I wanna
smoke.
go out somewhere, I don't have to worry about it.
Okay, one more salt, guys. And then we're wrapping this up. We gotta cook some mushrooms still to go along with the steak. We have to peel the beets, dice them up for the salad. The last jar, which is going to be the salt that I used on the beets today. Rosemary and sage infused. It's really, really nice when you roast vegetables. And you do get a good hint of the herb flavor in there. You can smell it right away when you open it up as well. Yours has a control unit with a fan, but you only use it for long cooks. Yeah, same here. That's all we use it for as well. Okay, that one's full. Fold up to the top. Number 10. I think we should check these beets out. See kind of how much longer they're gonna need. Works great for 10 plus hours. Yep. Yeah, 10 plus, I mean, you don't really want to be babysitting the grill for that long. Unless you have nothing else to do, which sometimes that ends up happening. It's like, grab a couple beers, maybe a couple cocktails, and just chill out and grill. Okay.
Yeah, I did see him. I only used mine for long cooks.
Okay, time to beat it up. Oh yeah, the potatoes are getting there. Let's check these out, guys. So these have been in the oven for about 40 minutes now. Maybe put them in right around 5 p.m. So roasting beets in foil packets, my favorite way to cook beets because they kind of steam. But we did dress them with some olive oil, salt and pepper, the rosemary sage infused salt, and also some fresh thyme, sage, and rosemary from the garden. So let's check these out. And to me, this is the easiest way to check if they're cooked, is to just see if the skin is able to peel off. If the skin peels off easily, then we know that they're cooked. just gonna put a glove on. So it's a little bit hot and I don't feel like messing up my hands. Can't wait to hear the sizzle when the steaks hit the grill. Yeah. Yeah, I can turn the music down at that point so we can really get those feels. So these are still really hard. Can't peel the skin off at all. I would say for sure another 20 minutes or so. So right up until 6 p.m. Try and kind of seal this up a little bit better as well. But I think we might not have enough foil. So because these ones, these are the smaller beets, because these are not cooked yet, that definitely means the other ones aren't either. We tore up the foil. No! So we'll put those back in. I think like 20 minutes for sure. Take my glovey off. We're gonna use this later when we go to peel the beets again.
You want me to use the peppers before the steak?
You can if you want.
Steak, finish it off.
Sure. Yeah, that sizzle is gonna be awesome.
Just dress up the peppers the way you want.
And I'm actually gonna get a big frying pan out. This is not gonna be big enough for all those mushrooms that we have to cook. We're gonna go with the big cast iron so we can get a good high heat on there. Get some nice caramelization on these mushrooms. Build up some flavor. We have some garlic and shallot sliced up to flavor those as well. And we're gonna be frying them in... Oh, we don't have butter, do we?
I can go grab some butter from upstairs.
We'll go grab some butter from upstairs, because that's a must.
You want to go get it?
Sure. Yes, please, Sammy. That's a yes. Mushrooms and butter, guys. I don't know if you could beat that combo. Olive oil is just not the same. Not even close. So here's some of the mushrooms that we get to use today. I don't know if you guys have ever seen these, but they're called oyster mushrooms. They come like bunched together. So usually they come in like little bunches where they're all grouped together by this one bottom stem. But we washed these and cut them up earlier. Those are really nice. Mushrooms need butter. Yeah, exactly.
Butter.
It's just not the same if there's no butter there. And we got the butter. I'm gonna cut off what I think we need. Probably a good 1/4 cup, if not like 1/3 of a cup. As mushrooms really like to soak up the fats.
If not, like half a pound.
Sammy says 1/2 pound. I say that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Probably like that. And we'll just cut these into little cubes, I think, just so it melts more evenly in the pan. I hate when butter sticks to my knife like that. The worst. it back up. Yeah, I'm gonna think that's about the amount that we need, but we'll leave it out just in case. Put that in the pan. So you guys can tell that the egg is not really smoking anymore. So we don't really want it to smoke the whole time that we're cooking. What we want is really nice heat in the coals in the bottom is how you're gonna cook the steak, or at least sear the steak. So we want those coals to be ripping hot. We don't necessarily want flame though. Are most US mushrooms from Canada? I have no idea, Jones. I mean, being here in Canada, I have no idea what the US gets. That's a great question, but we get mushrooms year-round that are cultivated here. And I don't know if you were in stream earlier when I was saying how we can forage mushrooms basically year-round here on Vancouver Island. We're really, really lucky. Okay, I'm gonna start grilling up these awesome crescendo red peppers. They're not spicy. They're really nice and sweet. And that means we need to char up the outside. Get some good flavor on there. And then I also don't want them to get too soggy either. So it's gonna be a very quick grill. High flames equals burnt chicken thighs. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Not good.
worst flavor ever, hey?
Like, it's taken me about 45 minutes to get the egg to be, like, pretty much just coals.
Yeah,
But
you
I
don't
want-
want it to flare up, right?
But I wanted quite a bit of coals in there to be able to cook for a little bit of time.
Because they are big pieces of meat. That makes sense. So we're just gonna oil up these peppers. That's really gonna help when you go to grill it, but the other thing is to keep in mind is you don't want a lot of oil on these because that will cause it to flare up. If the oil starts to drip on the flame, you're gonna get this gross kind of gassy exterior.
Yep.
And you do not want that. So just enough to coat, and then we'll just sprinkle a little bit of salt and pepper on there. And plus the fat on the chicken thighs really doesn't help that either, vegan gelato. Is any kind of animal fat really likes to flare up when you put it over flames.
I use the plate setter when I do chicken thighs. That way it disperses the heat around the chicken, and also you can put a drip pan in, and I don't have to get any flare-ups from the chicken fat.
Nice. Okay, we're going out to the grill. I will just narrate from inside. We are here, guys. But you can hear Sammy too. Because I have the mic on outside as well for him. Let's see how these end up. Oh, there we go. Yay! So look how different the flames look now compared to before when they were just ripping. So you can just kind of see the heat from the coals. And the peppers should kind of start to pop on the outside a little bit. Yeah, it's like Iron Chef. If only vegan gelato. If only. I think I'm gonna plate the steak up on a nice kind of wooden board. what we're gonna roll with today for plating wise. And I might actually have to go grab it just from the storage room. So obviously Sammy just closed the grill to kind of keep the heat rolling in there. I'll be back in like not even a minute. Stay tight. Got us a board.
Grab the other board as well.
Which one?
Yeah, that one.
We got 2 boards, 2 sets of steak plates coming up pretty quickly here. The suspense. It's killing me. Killing me, I tell ya. Ooh, those are looking good. So I think a little kiss from the flames on the peppers, not a bad thing. No, Nike, yeah, it's so quiet tonight, considering there's still 35 of you in here. I think people are just lurking, hanging out.
Enjoying the view?
Yep.
Are the views there?
Let's give it a test. Let's test the potato.
Very good.
I think they're pretty much there, hey?
See them in there. It'll be good. I already started the tan for the mushrooms to get those going. The beets are good. Probably.
Should we cook the mushrooms right now? They're gonna sit there for a little bit then. That's like what,
As soon as the peppers
8-minute
are
cook?
off and I put the steaks on, I probably get the mushrooms going.
Rook's been in bed for 2 hours waiting for the steak to finish. Oh man, dude, I'm sorry. I hope you're comfy though.
I'll put the steaks on. Peppers are probably not ready.
Tabitha's cooking chicken katsu for you tomorrow night? Yes. Yeah, exactly, Rook. You're a badass. Work and sleep balance. That's important. I'm in bed a lot too, man. Sammy says the peppers
And smell it.
look yummy.
You just putting them on your cutting board here?
Yep. Num nums. You're going to lay down in 3 minutes. Mmm. Really nice char flavor from that. So we'll let those cool off
Alright, it's time.
for a bit. Sammy's taking the steaks out.
It is time.
We're gonna go big screen for these steaks. Music's gonna come down a bit. We'll be fully immersed in the grill. Yeah, that little char, this side's pretty nice as well. Oof! Oof, oof. Tosh just keeps going from looking outside to coming back inside. Doggo doesn't know where to be. It's hilarious. She's like, meat? He's almost at 600, guys. So while these are kind of cooling off, I'm gonna cut around this. What was this? Scrump Dilly with the 2 months in a row. Thank you so much, Scrump. Good to have you a part of the Onion Squad. And we got our little stem out. How are you doing? Yeah, this is literally what we've been waiting for all night. And then if I just peel this open a touch, is you'll get the rest of the seeds right there. Ooh, he's opening it up. Thanks, Grump. Yeah, these are crescendo peppers. Pretty interesting. Okay, we're going in. Music down. Kate's voice down a little bit. Outside mic all the way up. They're called crescendo peppers. And they're really nice and sweet. They're not spicy. I don't think he's gonna move it, Nike. I'm just gonna keep taking the seeds out of the peppers while we watch this. Ooh, there's a little flare up. Gotta be careful. It's like you guys are in the fire. Anchovy, I'm gonna say about 3 minutes on each side.
This smells so good.
Woo. Nike, they're pre-cooked. So we slowly cooked them in the oven until they're medium rare inside. We're closer to rare, and now we're just searing them off. That Al Handyman, aka my father. Thank you for the 3 month in a row sub. And yes, I agree. They will be awesome. Yeah, Tipsy. If you eat it all, you get it for free. close to the grill. Oh, we're burping it. She's ripping. Maybe a little bit too much flare up. He's got to rest it for a sec. Or that might be it, my friends. What you thinking? They're good? Yeah, Scrump, your eyebrows are gone. Yeah, that's a good sear. I would say so. Yeah, we're ready to eat. Okay, so now I'm just gonna quickly cut these peppers up. I'm not gonna take the skin off. I want that nice char flavor in there. So just nice kind of bite-sized pieces. I'm gonna taste a piece just to make sure it's seasoned nicely with the salt and pepper. Sammy says we're done outside, so that's it now. Hope you enjoyed that. So we're making 2 different platters today. One platter's going upstairs. One platter's gonna be for Sammy and I. I think I'll put peppers here. And then like that. Let's get the baked potatoes out of the oven. Yeah, lick the meat popsicle. Beets should be done now. Whew. Hut, hut, hut.
Hot potato, pass it on, pass it on. Oh.
Hot potato. I have made a dirty towel.
Which one are you?
I think I would like to take a photo on that board.
Okay.
Let's check our beets, guys. Satan helper, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Hopefully we're able to peel these. Let us pray. And if not, well then RIP. We got some golden and candy cane beets and also some red beets. Yeah, they are done now. So I'm gonna put some gloves on and we can start to peel these and then dice them up. Sammy is just starting to fry up the shallot and garlic for the mushrooms. So that's what we got going on over here for now. Smells really freaking good. Just gonna fry those until they're almost golden brown. And then we'll start to put in the mushrooms and saute them in the butter, shallot, and garlic. But for now, let's quickly peel these up. And obviously I'm wearing gloves for protection from staining as well as the heat. And it seems like the skin doesn't really want to come off that easily, but I know they are cooked. Some beets work better than others for this. I don't know what's wrong with these big ones. I might actually just leave those for a sec to rest up. Let's check these. Also really hot and hard to work with. really hot, guys. What's up, Sammy?
That's his sodas.
That's okay. Whew. So these are the golden beets, obviously. They're nice and yellow. It's really hot. You're in Toronto. Welcome in. We love Canadians. We love all, but Canada's near and dear. I told you, Sammy. It's really frickin' hot. Molten. This is what you don't do at home, my friends. But we had to risk it for the biscuit to make sure that the steak was cooked properly. I know! It's so hot! Woot woot!
Throw in the blast chiller for a little bit.
Yeah, put it in the blast chiller. I thought this was Iron Chef. Oh.
We don't have one of those yet?
Whew, whew.
Do you have any white one?
Nope. Just do your thing. I'm gonna just use this, I think. Okay, we got 2 beets peeled. It could be worse. Thanks for the follow. Not falling for your username though. Trolls these days. What do you think this is my first time on Twitch? Okay, this one's a little bit cooled off now. Can actually hold it. No, I can't. Holy smokes. Holy beet. Just leave it on the foil. What are these, Scrump? These are roasted beets. So roasting them in foil helps them to not dry out as much. And then also when you roast them in the foil is you can put nice aromatics in there. So I put some sage, rosemary, and thyme. And that'll kind of perfume the beets as they roast. Give that nice herb flavor in there. And that way we can peel them after we roast them. Usually it's a lot easier than this.
Yeah, normally they just peel right off.
So I don't know if these beets are like last season or what.
Maybe.
But we might have had just to let them cool a little bit as well before we start peeling.
Go, 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 go.
Kind of in a rush now though, now that the steak has been grilled. We don't need it to rest for too much longer before we cut into it. So basically just trying to get a platter together for both my parents and Sam and I. How are the mushrooms, Sammy?
Really good so far.
So far you've just done the button ones?
Yeah, I put the buttons in first because they take longer to roast.
Yeah. Those are looking good. Sammy's getting all the fix-ins. So earlier on stream, one of the first things we made today for our steak and vegetables was some nice herb chimichurri sauce. So typical Argentinian sauce to serve with grilled meat. Consists mainly of parsley and cilantro and garlic. And then it has olive oil and red wine vinegar in it. couple of different things we added. We added a little bit of chili pepper, as well as some basil and dill. I don't know if you want me to just keep peeling, Sammy? You're good?
That's enough for upstairs, so we need enough
Okay.
for upstairs.
Okay,
One more beat and should be good.
this last beat. The last beat to roll them all. Holy smokes. Okay.
Way better than yesterday.
Yeah?
Way better.
You need your heat on way higher. Turn it up. Turn those shrooms up, Sammy. Come on, steak. Let's go. We've been waiting. Gonna dice these up a bit. Just take off the top and the bottom. Just gonna go nice and bite-sized for these guys. Bite-sized bees. We're gonna be plating this family style today. So on a nice kind of platter, everyone can serve themselves a little medley of everything.
We'll get it all cut up on our end, and then we'll have a couple bites and go upstairs and finish everything.
Yep. So we are gonna eat with my parents, guys. So we're just gonna do a quick taste test with you. And then we'll hand you guys off. We'll go rate someone. If anyone has any recommendations to raid any streamer, let me know. I'm all down for that. Happy to spread some of the love around Twitch. So our platter, Sammy is building.
Nope. I just put our stuff on that one.
Okay.
The rest you can build.
Okay.
Parents platter.
Sammy has built the parents' platter. So move on over. This is what Sammy has built so far for us. So obviously the steak's gonna be cut up for you guys. Ooh. Can I just take that off for now?
Yeah.
Cut open those potatoes, kind of move our peppers over to there. I just put a little bit of greens under the beets there, just so kind of lighten things up a little bit. A little salad of sorts, if you will. Definitely more than enough food. So what we can do. Whew. Sammy has made my parents' platter. I think I want to do just a little bit of the chimichurri on the beets. Dress them. Give this a taste. They're well seasoned. And I just have a touch of apple cider vinegar or apple cider vinaigrette. Just a touch of that over top of the beets as well. More to kind of dress the greens than anything. Okay, beets. You are out of here. And I have a feeling that Sammy's gonna want to use this board to slice the steak on. Flip it over.
Slicing the steak.
Okay, I'll slice the steak then. What I want to do first, real quick, kind of open this potato up.
This is for the beets.
Yeah, it was.
Okay, I'll bring up this.
So there we go, guys. There's our potato, nice and steamy. I always like to give it just kind of a little pinch to loosen up the flesh there. And smoked sour cream that we cold smoked yesterday with apple wood. So it didn't really change in color, guys, but totally different flavor. So we'll serve that with our potato. As well as a little sprinkle of chive over that. Just because. I don't think we'll need that piece of potato. Okay, steak. Come to mama. Oh my god. Yeah, the sound of it. That's a piece of meat. So we need to obviously carve around the bone. Are there grilled onions on this steak? There are no grilled onions in here. There are some nice mushrooms though. So tenderloin here, strip loin here. Bone goes right down, kind of the center. Right down here is the other piece there. So obviously you want to carve as close as possible to that bone. And we're looking for a mid-rare center here. Turn it around, come up the other way up to here, and then we need kind of to angle it.
What do you think?
Oh, it's good. I
It's
peeked.
Good. You peeked?
I peeked.
Oh, man.
Okay, okay.
Oh,
Okay. That is quite nicely cooked. And now our tendy.
Best part is the bone.
Sammy's excited to eat off the bone.
I can't watch this right now. I'm too hungry.
Sammy's too hungry. He left us, guys. So there's our bone. The tenderloin. There's a good chunk of fat here, so I'm just going to trim that off. It's not rendered out enough for it to be like really delicious and edible, but I'm sure it tastes great. And then same with, this is like just a little nugget piece. That we can just actually have a little taste from. Okay. Tenderloin. Is the dog going, or is the bone going to doggo? Maybe. She's actually had a little bit of an upset stomach the last couple days. So I'm not sure if we're gonna give that to her tonight, but we can definitely save it. Okay, so look at this. So nice dark sear on the outside. That's what you want. That's caramelization of your proteins and sugars in the meat. And then flip it over. Nice juicy piece of meat there. Nice medium rare inside. That's exactly what we're looking for. And now our strip. Strips always have a nice fat cap on the one side, so you always have to be sure to render that out properly. Scrump, you're getting weak. I think the cook on this is actually perfect, you guys. I don't know if it could get any more perfect than this. This is so much meat. Holy smokes. And notice how there's not a ton of blood or juices coming out of this. So that's what happens when you rest it beforehand. And obviously reverse sear. Okay, we'll turn that around. Sammy just comes in. I need to show them first. So, the way that we played it up, I already tasted a piece. Is you put the tenderloin back where it was on the bone, strip loin back where it was on the bone. There's our platter. Last thing to finish it off, Sammy will help here, please. Just hold the pan. Can you just put the piece of meat down for a sec?
No.
Oh my gosh. Mushrooms are good. Can you not? And this, my friends, is how you have an epic feast of sorts.
Dear. Hey.
There's a mushroom on the potato.
Yeah.
Hey guys, quick photo. And then we're gonna eat it. Why do we stream watchers inflict pain upon yourselves? I've always wondered that. I'm like, how could you watch this and not actually taste it? Like, what even is this, though? This is a heavy platter of meat. That's what that is. Food porn, yeah. This is a real thing, you guys. Food porn confirmed.
Chill for a second.
Why? Doggo's eating the meat as well already.
Did you even chew that? No?
Swallows it whole. Okay, let's get into this.
Needs a little bit more salt.
The steak
Yeah. Just like,
needs some flake salt then.
yeah. Well, you still have your Twitter salad, don't you?
No, I don't.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, so the tenderloin. When you get into this, like, you can literally just tear it apart. There is no knife involved. Yep, literally just under seasoned. But the meat is so tasty.
So good.
Oh, you have a bull mastiff. Oh, love those doggos. Okay, yeah, that's some of the best steak that I've ever had. Just melts in your mouth. Try a little bit of mushroom here. That's right. You need a touch of the chimney. Looks great, Sammy. Sure, twist my arm.
Don't just crush the fillet.
With the chimney, guys, that is perfection.
Let's go eat.
Yeah, the mushies on top, mushroom and steak, perfect. Night, Rook. Thanks for staying up with us. I hope that you can have happy steak dreams now. Hey guys, looking for someone to raid. What are we feeling? I don't know. We're able to go into somewhere random.
That's just somewhere random.
Okay, we're browsing on Twitch. Any recommendations, guys?
Art.
Sammy wants to do art?
Yeah.
Where's art?
Get the back up.
Art.
Let's do that one.
Distractions required.
Yeah.
Fierce kittens. Oh, she does sewing. Okay. Going into fierce kittens.
Yeah.
Fierce kittens. Thanks for everything today, guys.
I will bring this upstairs. Bye, guys. Have a great day.
I hope you have a
Awesome
wonderful night.
week of work.
And yeah, that was an awesome stream. 4.5 hours. Finally able to eat this steak. I hope that impressed you guys, because it definitely impressed me. And maybe opened your mind to a different way of cooking. Take care for the rest of the week. I'm going to be working at the restaurant for the next 4 days. And I'll be back streaming with you guys on Sunday morning. We're making some brunch, and it is National Cheese Lovers Day, so get hyped for that. We're going to be making some cheesy, delicious things. Take care. Love you all. Thanks for everything.